Hello, my name is Jaru, and welcome to the Fan Art Showcase for January 2023. We've got quite a bit of fan art to get to, as always, because y'all are just absolute machines when it comes to pumping out fan art. Y'all are nutty. So, without further ado, let's take a look. First up is this piece by Dr. Mangoes, who you may recall is fond of making Undertale / Deltarune crossover art with like album covers, with a bit of my theories mixed in for good measure. And this one is of My Chemical Romance, My Chemical Undertale, The Red Parade, with Sans in a marching uniform. The art style is great. You're clearly very good at what you do. But if I recall correctly, this is like a sneak peek before he'd finished the full album, or they. I forgot to check their pronouns. Let me do that real quick. They have no listed pronoun, so they it is. They have a more complete version that they submitted, so we'll hold off on trying to predict how my theories tie into it later until we see that. Regardless, very well made, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have a piece from Boglárka, which is maybe how you pronounce that name. I looked it up, but just because I looked it up doesn't mean I actually pronounced it correctly. But yeah, Boglárka has submitted this piece, The Prince and the Princess, Deltarune. I think this is part of... obviously, it's inspired by my theory, but it's also an extension of their own headcanon / AU, with like Des and Asriel going on adventures, and then interestingly, in the back, the black and white, that's Asriel and Des, but then in the bottom you see Ralsei and the Darkner, who was born from Des's remains, or Des's soul. I think that's how this person's specific headcanon functioned. With the if I recall correctly, but yeah, all their work, all of Boglárka's work, is always very good. I mean, not much to specifically point out here. I think this is meant to be almost like the cover art for a comic. I don't think there is a comic yet, if there was any plans to, but I think that's the vibe that this is meant to be going for. Very cool. I appreciate specifically the wispy white trails connecting the modern Darkner to the ghostly apparitions of their former selves. That's a lot of fun. So yeah. And I noticed that at the bottom it actually gets more like pixelated as it fades. Potentially hinting at the pixelated isn't the right word. There's a specific word for what's happening there, but I don't remember what it is. But maybe that's a reference to the whole reality warping, or maybe everything's in a computer simulation or something like that. Anyway, looks good. Thank you very much for sharing. Next is another Bone Man from Night, and apparently this is one that they submitted quite some time ago. And I just missed it. In my defense, they do submit like 100 art pieces per month. So, that's not true. I think they're only very recently reaching 100 now that I think about it. But they do submit a lot. So, that's one thing I should point out, is that since there's just so much art submitted, and I don't really have a very efficient system in place currently to submit art, I should probably put I meant to start the video with a message about how here's how to submit art. I guess I'll do that now. If you want to submit art to be shown off in this series, it just has to be art of my theories or of my videos in general. As long as it's that, you can do pretty much anything, and just send it my way. You can either send it through my email, or my social medias, all of which are linked in my About section on the channel and are usually linked in the comments. Not the comments, in the description. So that's how you can submit art if you're interested. But yeah, I should have put that at the start of the video, but I will. Anyway, if any artists at home notice that like an art they submitted didn't get shown off that month, message me, let me know, and I'll do my best to make sure it gets showed off in the next month. Sometimes art slips through the cracks. You know how it is. But yeah, back on topic. Here's Boatman with huge, powerful, Christmassy, almost ribbon arms, holding him aloft with his glowing green, well, not skin, bones, with the little ornament thing at the top of his head. Yeah, great. Everything Knight does is always a lot of fun. They're very passionate about their art. And I hope you know, Knight, that you are allowed to make art of things other than my channel. That is, in fact, something you are allowed to do legally, at least in the United States. But I appreciate all the art regardless. But yeah, this one's fun. Thank you very much for sharing. This is another one that I think might have been, I forget now if this is one that I was supposed to show off prior and then I accidentally skipped it. But regardless, there's this one is from Brendan, and it's of the vessel that you discard. You, my dear failure of a vessel, will be discarded. Sleep now, my child. And it's just a super messed up vessel. And that, I believe, is meant to be the Gaster, the upside-down Mystery Man sprite version of Gaster. And that's a pretty unique aesthetic for him. So that's fun. But yeah, very cool, very unique. Brendan always brings some absolutely eye-catching art pieces to these showcases. So thank you very much for sharing, Brendan. You are, as always, very talented. Next is one from Alexander. They make a lot of art for my channel, actually. They're like probably in the top 10. And they have one submitted here, and this is titled A Tormented Soul. And you see Chris there at the bottom, and then you see all the figures influencing them. You can see there's a heart within a heart, and as well as a ghostly Azrael on the side to the left, I believe, representing the soul of Azrael possessing them. And then on the right you have what I believe, I think that's meant to be Des, hence the hair ribbons. So that's another thing, I guess. Maybe this is one of the, I think there's a couple people, or at least one person, who has their headcanon is that Chris is possessed by Azrael and Des. So maybe this is that, or maybe it's just meant to showcase how Chris feels the burden, or is tormented by all these tragedies around them. Azrael's death, Des' disappearance, and then of course you see the Mystery Man right behind him, or right behind them. My apologies. And just all the various supernatural forces in messing with their life. A lot of fun. Love the shade. This is hand drawn. I gotta praise that every time I notice. I don't always take a note, but know that I'm always impressed with it. And yeah, this is just, I appreciate the intensity of the Mystery Man and the shadowy, ghostly nature of the Azrael, and all the faces being obscured on the other two characters. Very cool. A lot of fun. Thank you so much for sharing. Next we have, is it two? Let me double check. So we have, this one is from Ender Creeper. Oh no, Lucas Dreamer, I believe is their preferred name. And it is, I want to say, this is the second person to do album cover fan art. So this one is fan art of the Scissor Sisters album, and it features Des with her wiffle bat, which has become a scythe in the dark world, and she's heading off on some grand adventure. And This one is the slightly darker variant, but they also sent a lighter variant. There we go. And that makes it a little easier to see things. And you see a hand with a creepy yellow-eyed face up there. And I'm inclined to think that's meant to represent the Mystery Man, or at the very least, the one pulling all the strings. And with Des, you can see he has special pink puppet strings just for her, is my guess. But yeah, very cool. I appreciate the creativity on this. Like, this is just pulling from so many sources to make something totally unique, and I appreciate that a lot. And I always appreciate Des fan art because she's just absolutely precious. So thank you very much, Lucas. You are very talented. Next, we have a bit of a meme submission. This one's just called Adorable. Above, you can see the scene from Chapter 1 of how do you feel about losing your face? And then below, we see me, aka Ganondorf, sip some coffee, and then say, adorable. Oh my god. I want to say this is also in reference to some other meme art, like a meme image that's used, like a comic panel. But I don't recognize it off the top of my head. But regardless, this is hilarious. And it's, of course, in reference to the fact that I've repeatedly talked about how adorable I find Susie to be. And yet she's also like one of the most vicious and unpleasant characters in the game. Just through the fact that, this scene for one, but also the scene from the Spamton Sweepstakes, where we find out just how cruel she's been towards Chris. So, yeah. Anyway, very funny fan art, very funny meme. I was very amused when I first saw this. I think I laughed out loud. Thank you very much for sharing. Next is another piece from Vex. They're another longtime contributor to the channel, and they always make some great art. And this one is great because this is in reference to my theory that the Mystery Man is a fusion of the shattered remains of the Undertale Sands and the Dr. Gaster of that world. And so at the top you can see the Sands part, and it's always mumbling to itself. It says, "Pap, where are you?" Referencing Papyrus. However, despite that, the Gaster half is the part that's still in charge, and it's upside down, but it says "dumb bag of bones" from the Gaster half. So that's really sad and really well made. I love the melty but also angular art style you went with here. Like, that's crazy. I love that. And the implication that up here you see the WDG Aster, implying that Sans is the Aster part, while Gaster is the WDG part. So that's fun. But also there's a second piece that comes with this. Oh, there it is. And this is WD Gaster's winged form. And it's basically him taking full control and morphing the Sans part into something more usable. And you see him say, "Much better."
Much better.
But yeah, so this is basically Gaster taking full control, and this is in reference to the theory or the interpretation, not really a theory, but the interpretation that Gaster may be a bird-type monster, maybe even connected to Birdly in some way. And so this is him trying to take on a more bird-like form and melting the Sans part of him to better suit that goal. Yeah. Fantastic. This is just so creative and so intense and has so much personality just baked in. It tells you the tragedy of the Sands and also the probably maliciousness of the Gaster. At the very least, the commanding presence of the Gaster. So, yeah. Fantastic work, Vex. You always make great content. That's a weird way to describe it. You always make great art, and this is no exception. This is fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have a handful of Jaru doodles from Night. First one is this. Oh, and they're all hand drawn. Again, always impressive. And we have me holding my finger, like doing the face, saying, very, very interesting, with my hilariously long and pointed nose. And then the next one, Jaru when catty. I remember, so this is in reference to me just mentioning how I'm not the biggest catty fan in my shipping video. But what's also funny, perhaps more funny, is that I remember that when they were making this, the reason that it says it's just a t-shirt with Jaru is because the Ganondorf from Twilight Princess has such a complex design that it's super hard to draw. And so they basically went with this somewhat simplified version, and that's quite funny. Oh, and I'm holding a knife to make a dark fountain and or kill Caddy. Who knows? That's fantastic. And then the next one, just a happy little Jaru, just being like, yo, that's me. That's great. And then, I didn't even need to explain it. And here's the fourth one, outfit, because I can't draw, I think that says, is that Ganon? Armor. That's what it says. I can't draw armor. Okay, yeah, that's the last of the sketches. Absolutely precious. Thank you so much, Night. You always make very fun art. Very funny, very cute. And of course, anytime you do hand-drawn, it's always very impressive. So thank you very much for sharing. Here's more from Night. You know, it's so funny when I'm editing these fan art videos. I'm always relieved because, like, whenever I get to a Night section, I can be like, oh, phew, for this next section, I don't have to change the text on screen that says which artist it is. So it's always so much easier to edit for those sections. So yeah. But yeah, no, so this is another piece from Night, and it's Mew Mew with Des and their friends. They perhaps they bonded over their love of beautiful pink dresses, because they both look absolutely precious. Fantastic. They're so cute. They're such adorable little cutie pies. And the best part is that they're both like pretty princess type outfit designs, and yet both of them will beat the crap out of you with a stick. Like, they are violent. So yeah, that's fantastic. I love that. I love the idea. Like, I've mentioned it before, and like part of why I love the idea of Des being like this, you know, having this like super pink and effeminate aesthetic, is that I think the combination of that with the willingness to do more traditionally tomboyish activities like, you know, wiffle ball or violence is a fun combination that you don't really see super often. And when you do see it, it's usually pretty like eye roll. Like, it's like a little, like a one scene. Like, it'll be like, oh, and here's Princess Peach punching someone in one scene. Or Anna at the end of Frozen, she punched that guy. Wow, isn't she so different from your normal princess? It's never integrated into their character properly. Or it's rarely integrated properly. So the idea of, you know, unironically depicting a character as being both powerful physically and effeminate and, you know, and aesthetically traditionally effeminate in terms of appearance is fun, because you don't really get that very often. Usually if they're going to have a, you know, a tougher, more physically capable female character in fiction, they usually go the whole like Ellen Ripley from Alien route, where they're like, you know, we're just gonna have them be in a, you know, in a wife beater with a machine gun. Yeah, usually they go the like, we'll make them super, you know, macho, you know, more the traditional tomboy route, and abandon the aesthetic. And, you know, not to say that's bad, but there's lots of, I'm just saying there's lots of like untapped both demographics and aesthetics that are rarely combined together and rarely showcased and given the proper respect. They're usually undermined. And like I think that's the main gist I'm getting at, is that usually when you see a strong character who looks like this, it's also undermined by, in some way, by implying that you need to be a big tough guy to be, or like you need to be a tomboy to be a cool female character. I don't know. I'm getting off track. I have a lot of very thorough and lengthy opinions about tropes and character archetypes, and you may have noticed it bleeds into my videos. Anyway, great work, Knight. Very cute. They look great. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, this is I think there's quite a few from this person. There's 1, 2, 3, 3 for now, but I think there's more. This person, they submitted a whole pile of fan art just like through my email, I think, which is great. Thank you very much. That's definitely the proper channel, or one of the proper channels to do it. And here we have, this is Chris immediately after killing Azrael, the most popular theory to make fan art of, which is so funny. And yeah, it's we have Chris here, and I love the aesthetic on here where you see the heart represented as this black thing with sparkle, like twinkles of light, but also red chains reaching out to latch onto Chris. And that's pretty intense. That's a great way of foreshadowing like the just trauma of being possessed by another entity. Like that absolutely is a great way of conveying that. And of course we see the dust pile with the blood coming out of it, because monsters in my world, or not my world, in the world that I think Deltarune is, monsters turn into dust when they die, but they also have blood. So yeah. Very good. And of course Chris has a red eye. But yeah, very nice. Thank you very much for sharing. We've got more from this person, Lord Kef. Oh man. Okay. Here's Oberon Smog. Just looking epic. Like, look at that armor. That's so cool. It looks like a especially with that like laser grid background, it really gives this like cybernetic vibe. Like, this is like Mecha King Ghidorah, you know? It's like, this is Oberon Smog round, like phase 2. Awesome. I love it. The design of the Deltarune on his chest just looks great. I love that. And you see like the eyes motif integrated like in the lower portions of his armor and in the center of this armor. Just looking awesome all around. I quite like this. Very cool, very intimidating. Thank you very much for sharing. And then the third and final one for now. They might have submitted more. I don't quite recall. And this is Des in the Dark World. And it's Des hanging out, playing her guitar, and, you know, in her white mage with the pink ribbons outfit. One difference is that they went for they gave her, like, instead of antlers, they gave her like cute little ears, which is fun because, you know, some people theorize that Des doesn't have antlers. I think the reason is because there's a line from Sans in the Alarm Clock app where he references Noelle and Des, and he describes them as the antlered girl and her big sister. And, you know, some people have interpreted that to mean that the antlered girl is Noelle and the big sister doesn't have antlers, because he doesn't say specifically that she has antlers too. I think that's a little bit thin of a theory. I think that, but, you know, it's impossible to know, and there's nothing wrong with having alternative interpretations of characters, of course. And of course, you know, deer and, you know, reindeer, they have cute little ears as well, so it's totally fine to have that be the main detail of, you know, animalness to integrate here. But yeah, very fun, very cool. I like the little snowflakes in the background as well, and the very, it's interesting what you did to portray the hair. It's like, there's like the base palette from which the hair is, and then you drew like little specific individual lines on top of that. Interesting. And her eyes are like these like black swirls. That's fun. I like that. That's an interesting artistic choice. Yeah, just fun. But yeah, thank you very much, Lord Kef, for all your submissions. They were a lot of fun to look over. So yeah, thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have an animation from Night, and it's of, rather than Chris after Azrael's death, it's just an animation of Azrael's death. Wow. Wow. This is so good. Oh my god. That's perfect. Oh, I love it. This is so impressive. Like, geez, a whole, like, man, people who are new to our community must think we're so deranged. We're like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just having a lot of fun animating the death of Azrael Dreamer. It's gonna be great. Oh my god. But no, thank you very much for sharing, Night. This is very fun, cool, just very fun, very impressive. Yeah, fantastic. Is the next one from Night? No, okay, well, we'll see Night again shortly. Instead, we're back with Lord Kef. I thought they had submitted a few more. This is their idea of the angel, and it is terrifying. Just, oof. Like, completely inhuman. Like, nothing even remotely resembling a monster or a human. Like, just something completely unknowable. And of course it has all the human souls, and you can see the fountain of light in the background that makes up or maybe the dark fountain that we see in the angel's heaven, as it is known. Yeah, this is very cool. And you can see the screen tearing a bit, or like, pretending to tear, to represent just how much its power warps reality itself. Fantastic, very cool. Just one of the more intimidating angel depictions that I've seen. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing. Next is another one from Lord Kef, and this one is the Mystery Man, and this is just great. Up above, we see the skeletal part, the part that represents Sans, with the upside down white monster soul. Either referencing Sans' soul or referencing Azrael's soul. And then at the bottom, we have the bottom half of the Mystery Man, the Gaster portion. And we have the red human soul. Either, I think what's implied here is that just as the Mystery Man is two creatures fused together, Chris himself is two separate entities in one body as well. So that's just great. I love that. That's a fun thematic concept to point out that Gaster, just like Chris, is two different characters combined, and that in and of itself is a fascinating I wonder if that's intentional. I wonder if that's meant to symbolize something. It's impossible to know until we know more about Gaster. But regardless, very cool art. Love the black and white aesthetic with the souls coming in to add a little bit of fun thematic symbolism. Fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing. Back to Dr. Mangoes with the full album cover of My Chemical Undertale. There you go. Honestly, I still don't quite recall. It's been a while. Like I said, my memory is terrible, and we get so much art that I'm just like, I just forget the specifics. So I think this is probably just meant to reference the fact that it's just like a vague, just a general reference to my Sans video, which is about blood and death and just sort of tragedy in general. So the Red Parade is an appropriate title or an appropriate thematic comparison, I suppose. Regardless, fantastic. Like I said before, cool album cover, cool concept. Yeah, very fun. Thank you very much for sharing, Dr. Mangoes. Next, we have another one from Brendan, and this one is of Chris refusing to play piano by Brendan Baird. And this is partially in reference, I think, to the video I did on the Pian Pian song, perhaps hinting that it's Pian Pian as in double piano because there's two different entities inside of Chris interfering or influencing them. With, in this case, it being Azrael on the left and Des on the right. And they're cheering them on, perhaps somewhat sarcastically in Azrael's case, as he is becoming corrupted. Yeah, and I love Chris's expression. Like, that's just so intense. And the fact that Azrael's soul is broken is, yeah, that's an interesting touch thematically and character arc wise. So yeah, very cool, very fun. I quite like this. This is a cool piece. Thank you very much for sharing, Brendan. Next, we have some more fan art from Boglárka. And as always, this is a mixture of my theories and their headcanon. This is what they imagine the Skeleton Bros are, according to them. Sans is between 33 and 35, helps Papyrus work in the light world, wants his bro to have more friends, whereas Papyrus is around 18, very strong and responsible, doesn't believe breaking the time loop is possible. Oh, and then Jaruverse! Exclamation point. I love how you're like, see, it is fan art. It references Jaru's theories. Oh my god. And he works in the Dark Realm and is also kind of lonely. Below, or I wonder which order I'm supposed to look at it. Well, below you see Sans in Undertale, who, and this is him meeting the Undertale version of Papyrus, and behind him you can see the broken down machine, a confused Sans, and then Papyrus, who's like, Sans, you're back! I was so worried. And this is, oh, wait, were there arrows that I was supposed to be following? Yeah, I don't know. But hence, Undertale's Sans has disappeared. Okay, yeah. So this is, of course, if you didn't know, this is all in reference to my Sans theory about how the Sans we meet in Undertale is actually the Deltarune Sans, and the Undertale Sans is, already dead, or at the very least shattered across time and space, and is fused with the Mystery Man, and aka Gaster, and thus, when Deltarune Sans showed up, he took Undertale Sans' place and just slipped right in. And the working theory is that the reason he did this was because he didn't want to hurt this version of Papyrus by revealing that his real brother is dead. So he just sort of took his place. So yeah, that's tragic, and I love this art of it. And yeah, well, what a terrible story I came up with. Why did I come up with that? It's so sad. And then up here we see Papyrus comes up with the plan. This is the Deltarune Papyrus, to use the strange machine and escape to another reality. Oh, it's his idea. And volunteers to help the heroes distract the angel while Sans uses the machine. Azrael, who has already accepted his death inside of Chris. Papyrus, and then Susie with her awoken dragon powers. Great. Ralsei, who has finally found his true purpose. He wants to protect Chris as their guardian angel. Oh, that's sweet. But Papyrus is the one, and you see Sans in the back waving, but then Papyrus is the one who's killed first by the angel, and there's Sans watching. Oof. Wow. So, and this is so much detail, so much lore, so much story, and it's all hand-drawn. You are insane, Boglárka. What are you talking about? You just go so hard. I love it. You are extremely talented. I love your stuff. You're incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is another piece from Alexander. This one, I love the title of this one, and it's Chris's Unpaying Tenant, referencing that they have Azrael's soul inside and they don't even pay rent. And Azrael, of course, looks terrifying because he's slowly being corrupted by the player. fantastic. I love the sketchiness of this, like the way that you draw like the hair and the faces and the darkness. It just because this is also hand drawn because you're incredible, and it adds this layer of intensity to it, and that's just always like been a fun art technique to help add intensity to a scene. By blurring lines and adding like the scratchiness and things like that. You see it in anime sometimes, like when they really want to emphasize how intense something is, they'll flash to this black and white sketchy style sometimes. I digress. Fantastic art, and you see Chris has like the little devil horns, referencing that's what they were wearing at the time of Azrael's death. So yeah, fantastic work, fantastic depiction. I love everything about it. It's just so well made. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, this one is from Partrapazoid, and it is fan art of the... oh my god. So there's this TV trope, and I've actually already talked about it now. Originally, I talked about this on my Twitter, where I pointed out that on TV tropes, they have a part where they describe how Azrael may have a sketchy search history involving specific types of women, and as a result, that is why Chris did not want to look into their room, because it's super inappropriate, and that's also why Susie laughs so hard upon looking at it. And originally, I brought that up on Twitter, and this is when I later brought it up and integrated it into my pop-up video, as you may recall. But at the time of this fan art, it was just fan art of me bringing it up on Twitter. And here you see Queen, who's, a computer, talking to Chris, and she's talking to Azrael, and she says, Azrael, we need to have a serious talk about your search history. And Azrael inside Chris is like, run. And Chris is like, LMFAO. Oh my god, bro. Fantastic. This is just hilarious. I love it. Yeah, this is great. Thank you very much for sharing. Next is another one from Knight, and this is a fun little, this is a fun experimental art style. This is Des Lineless. So it's Des, and it's her in the staticky, like darker yet darker abyss world that she's trapped in. But and her hair covers her face. She's in her lovely dress, but there's no lines. It's all just colored shapes on top of each other, and I actually really like this. This is a very fun aesthetic. I forget which show I watched where they do this. Was it Samurai Jack, where they do this like lineless art style, and it's so cool. Yeah, there's just something so awesome about it. And no exception here. Des looks great as always, and Knight's art looks great as always, but combined with this art style, it's just a lot of fun. It's just a very unique foray into something a little new. So yeah, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing, Knight. Next, we have, is this a 4-part story? Yeah. So we've got a 4-part story from Guy Wicken, or Will Mackenzie, perhaps might be his preferred one, on Twitter. And this is the story of Des in 4 images. First, you see this, I think the implication is this is a dark fountain that has been created in a dark world, thus creating the staticky, darker yet darker world that Des will then be trapped in. Then you see Des trapped in this nightmarish static like landscape. Like, imagine being trapped in something like this. Like, I don't know if it's like it's actually like, because like this the static being used to depict the darker yet darker is a fan choice. It's not necessarily something that I came up with. It's just something the fan art has gone with. But it is interesting as a concept, because if you think about it, like if you imagine a place where time and space doesn't exist, where light can't even move, where reality itself has started to just stop existing, like would it just be black? Or would it be something more staticky, something where it's not actually static, but like this is what your brain displays because it can't comprehend absolutely, like absolute nothingness. Like if there's just absolute nothingness, what can your brain even comprehend that? And would it show? What would it show you? So the idea of absolute nothingness being portrayed by static is a very fun and interesting concept. I don't know, and that probably wasn't what the fan artists were going for when they depicted it that way, but it's still. I think they're just trying to depict how they're trapped in the code, not necessarily looking at absolute nothingness, but just a cool concept that I thought I'd bring up. Back on topic. So we see Des trapped in the darker yet darker, and someone speaks to her and says, "What do you think you are doing here, little angel?" And we go to the third panel. "I see it was you who answered my call. Perhaps I owe you a proper introduction. Do you not know how to greet a new friend?" So, this is great. So, not only is it meant to be Gaster, hence the yellow and pink eye, the vague, terrifying wings and horns, and the black face with the cloak. So not only is this just terrifying in general, but it's also a callback to one of the first things that Sans says to you in Undertale. Do you not know how to greet a new friend? So it's like, I love the idea of this being like one of the ways we're introduced to Gaster, just because it's such a great callback. Like, what a way to totally flip a line. Where, like, when Sans said it, it was scary, and then you realized, oh, he's a nice guy. Whereas with this, it's almost the opposite. Yeah, fantastic work. I love the art style. I love the aesthetic. I love the story being told. You are very talented, Wiccan. However, whichever name you prefer. You're very talented. You're like, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but every art you've submitted has been incredibly impressive. This blend of like, it's basically pixelated, a pixel art style, but it's just so cool. You're awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. It's very, very cool. Next is another piece from Partrapazoid, and once again, this is another fan art in reference to one of my tweets, and it was me, once again, reading the TV Tropes page for Deltarune, and at one point it was pointed out that Chris doesn't get nearly as much healing from the Heart's Donut, despite them normally being relatively a fan of sweets, and the TV Tropes page basically pointed out that it may be that Chris doesn't heal much from the Heart's Donut in reference to the fact that the heart is symbolic of the entity possessing them, namely Azrael. And so that's why they don't get healed too much by it, because they have a negative connotation associated with it. And in typical Partrapazoid comedic fashion, we see the Heart and by extension Azrael making this hilarious face, being like, "It's me?" That's so freaking funny. I love that face. Oh my god. Thank you so much for sharing. This is hilarious. Great work. Next, we have a couple pieces from Ooftale, and we will, I guess we'll start with the completed version, and this one is Dragon, Susie, and Lancer, and you see the Susie looking all like flustered. She's a dragon version, of course, because Dragon Susie is best Susie, and we see Lancer saying, "Look at my costume!" and there's like exclamation point in the air of Susie's surprise. However, you can't quite see it clearly from this version, so we'll move on to the second one, which doesn't have the text, and you can now see that Lancer is dressed up like Susie with dragon wings and a dragon tail, and Susie's flustered because it's just so adorable and flattering that someone would want to dress up as her, because no one's ever liked her or cared enough about her to want to be like her. So yeah, that's super sweet and just very adorable. I love the art style. I love this like almost chalk kind of aesthetic you've got going on. It almost looks like you did hand drawn a hand-drawn sketch and then went in with an art program and did this like chalky coloration, which is fun. That gives it a unique aesthetic. And I think there's a third piece here. Yeah, and I'm not sure what changes between them. Oh yeah, I think there's like a white outline that got added later. And yeah, looks fantastic. Very cute little story, very cute reference to my theory about Susie being a dragon. Fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing. You are very talented. Next, we have... oh, yeah, this is another one from Oof Tales. And this is some Chris and Des doodles, as well as a Des sprite. So at the top, you see Chris and Des thinking, wow, they're literally me, in reference to my Chris is Des theory. And maybe I'm reading into it, but their totally over it expressions give me the essence of, I can't believe this stupid headline said Chris is Des. Oh my god. And Des has, these humongous ribbons, which just look fantastic. I love that. And then on the right, you can see like a sketchy, like pixelated hand reaching towards a pink save point, which is awesome. And I love how glitchy all of it looks. Like that must have taken a lot of effort to make it look good. Very cool. And then in the bottom left, we see the sprite, like this handcrafted sprite of Des with the pink outfit. You got this like transparent shawl around her neck, which is so cool. The antlers, the huge ribbons, which just look fantastic. And we've got like, I want to say that, she's holding up her like the outer layer of her skirt to like give her mobility, perhaps, as you see in like old-timey like cartoons and old-timey movies. Oh my god, that's fantastic. This is an incredible sprite. Like, dang, that's so much effort got poured into that. And she looks so good. Awesome. Thank you very much for sharing, Oof Tales. You're ridiculously talented. Next, we have another Dragon Susie from Night. I forget if this one was another one that I forgot to show off previously, or if this is just a new art piece. I know I missed a couple of nights, and they brought them up to me, so my apologies. And yeah, this is just Dragon Susie. You've got the big wings, the big axe, the giant shoes, and yeah, and I love the hair. Like the hair in particular, I don't know what it is, but like something about the shading and the coloring and the textures on it just make it look so full and gorgeous. I love that. And of course the big vicious smile on her face covered, because this is like start of chapter 1 Susie. So yeah, this is fantastic. I love this. Oh my gosh, you're so talented. Thank you so much for sharing, Night. Wow. Okay, so this was... Okay, we're reaching the first one by Natalie Does Stuff, who's actually a YouTuber who's made a couple of fan arts for me. And this one is a video clip, and I'll have it on loop. I'll show it once with the audio. Hopefully it doesn't cause issues with copyright or anything. And it's from something called Is It Cold Outside? And it's... yeah, and it's just Des and Chris animatic. Just one big old reference to my theory with Des and Chris, ultimately ending up in their own respective, torture. Des trapped in the dark world and Chris possessed with a soul, but both of them having access to saving and loading and determination. And just this, the fact that you made an animation with music and all these like just gorgeously drawn and animated characters. Like both Chris and Des look great. I love how both of them look. It's just so good. Chris's hairstyle in particular is a lot of fun. I love how long it is. Yeah, fantastic work, Natalie. You're just incredibly talented. I'm very impressed. Thank you so much for sharing. And we're going to see some more from them if I'm not mistaken. I'll make sure to link Natalie's channel in the description below, and you make sure to go and check her out. And, if you want to see this clip for yourself with the music at a louder volume and just sort of get the full experience, it might be on her channel. I haven't actually checked. It might not be. This might be the only place to see it. But she probably uploaded it. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, go check her out. And for any clips in this video that are videos, like animations, I'll make sure to link their YouTube channel so that way you can go and watch them yourself. That brings us to Boglárka, who has made an animation. The song it's another animation with a song, and the song's by CG5, and it's a Deltarune animatic called Our Destiny. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they uploaded it to Twitter. If not, they uploaded it, or I think they uploaded it to YouTube, and if not, they at least uploaded it to Twitter. Either way, I will definitely connect it in the description down below. And I don't want to, just show it in full because it's like a whole minute long. Like, with the other one, I could show it because it's relatively short. It's just like 15 seconds. But this is so long. And I don't want to, rid you of the full experience of watching it. So I'm going to link it in the description. But needless to say, like, as someone who just watched it all, it's insanely good. Like, ridiculously good. It goes hard. It's like it starts with Chris and Ralsei. Then when they interact, Chris has a flashback to Chris and Azriel, as well as Des in December, and then it's just this big dramatic, like, tortured, like, sequence, and it's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Definitely go give it a watch. It's really good. Next is a piece from a Redditor called Average Redditor _JMA, and they made a piece in reference to my pop-up video, and it's Azriel's reaction to the How to Draw Dragons book, which has scantily clad ladies on the cover, and it's him going "Ooga" with his eyes breaking through his glasses like he's a Looney Tune. Hilarious. It's not only hilarious to look at, it's also hand drawn, and it's just a lot of fun in general. Very fun, very cool, very impressive, and hilarious, of course. This is a first-time contribution from this particular fan, so thank you very much for contributing. I very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. Again, I'm repeating myself. Next is another one. This is a returning contributor. This is Uma, I think, and it is Ralsei holding a golden flower, and it's exactly what it sounds like, and it's of course a reference to my theories about Ralsei basically being the Deltarune version of Flowey, and I adore this design for him. Like, Ralsei's always been more effeminate than your average goat. But this definitely goes hard, and goes with the full length, like, dress with the the really bright pink hair, and the rosy cheeks. Fantastic. I love this aesthetic. He looks adorable. He's cute as a button, and just so tall, like crazy tall. Fantastic work. Very impressive. Like, the coloring, the shading, everything about this is just super well made. And I think this is another case of a sketch done by hand followed by editing in an art program. Very well done. Thank you very much for sharing. I quite like this aesthetic for Ralsei. Next is a piece from Breathing Ribcage on Twitter, and it's of Oberon and Chris, and I think this is a first-time contributor. I don't think they've contributed art to this series before, and boy, are you welcome, because holy cow, look how incredible this looks. Just, Jesus Christ, they look epic. Both of them look epic. Okay, so Oberon on the left just looks insane. He's huge, he's intense, he's got black eyes with golden irises, the huge ponytail, the armor. Yeah, this is nuts. And he's holding, I think, oh yeah, he's holding a chain whip. Incredible. And of course, this is hand drawn, which is nuts. You see the Deltarune logo on his chest, just perfectly. Like this is a great depiction of what I love about the idea of Oberon, which is that he doesn't look like Gerson. He's a turtle. That part is intentional. He's meant to be of a similar kind, but he's meant to be a much younger version. Like the Rousey that we know is a much younger version of Azrael, and the Gerson and the Oberon Smog should, as a result, be significantly younger and much different looking than Gerson. And I think this captures that sentiment and that idea perfectly, on top of just looking super badass. And then, of course, we have Chris, who looks... I can't even tell which one I like more. Both of them look fantastic. Chris, I love the hair, I love the eye, I love the color, the expression, the shape of their face and head, the way their ascot is all like, you know, ripped and tattered, hanging over their shoulder. It gives them this wandering, like, vagabond almost aesthetic, and I just love it. Like, Chris looks just kind of beautiful right here, actually, which is awesome. I love that for them. Yeah, I love this. This is amazing. This is one of the best arts I've seen in a while. It's just so... yeah, I don't know. I don't have words for it. It's just incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. I really, really like this. Yeah, love it. Next is it's another piece from the same artist, and this one is of Des. And unsurprisingly, she looks amazing. I love the dress. I love the colors. I love the ribbons. I love how her skin is, or her fur perhaps would be more appropriate, is this like blotchy kind of... It's more animalistic, and I think that's awesome. That's a great idea. I love that concept to go with, because, you know, they are like animals. They're like animal people. They're monsters. You know, they're not going to have always, you know, consistent one color of fur, and I think this communicates that perfectly. And her hair looks great, and she just looks precious. I love this. And again, hand-drawn, because you're a mad lad. Wow. Thank you so much for contributing. You are extremely talented, and we are all very lucky to get the chance to see some of your art. So thank you very much for sharing. Next, it's another piece from Natalie Does Stuff, and this one is of Frisk from Undertale. And yeah, it's little baby Chris, or not Chris. Well, yes, Chris. Getting confused. It's Frisk from Undertale, and they've got red eyes, which is the main way that this is a fan art of, you know, my content. But it's interesting. I'm just thinking about all the theories I have about Frisk. I'm actually going to probably make a theory about Frisk in the near future, and how, you know, because I used a lot of Undertale to try and predict more about Deltarune, but I'm beginning to think we might be able to use Chris to learn more about Frisk as a character, because a lot of people kind of assume that, you know, the way Deltarune distinguishes itself is that, you know, Chris, is not a blank slate, whereas Frisk was. But I'm beginning to think that's not true. I'm beginning to think one of the big messages of Deltarune would be to make you re-examine Undertale and look at it in a different light. And I think one of the big ways it's going to do that is going to make you realize that Frisk was just as much a real person as Chris was, and you just didn't notice. Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting off track. This is adorable. Chris looks great. I love this art style is very, very nice. It's very, it's well. I'm trying to find the right word, but it's professional isn't quite the right word, but like well developed. Like there's a lot of clear demonstration of technique here that showcases like a long history of art, and just like just the way you do the shading, the shapes of the heads and the faces, the hair, just everything about it, and the coloration. I love like the different shades of the hair. Like, yeah, I love this. This is just extremely well made. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is, another one from Natalie Does Stuff, and this is Des. It's her in the dark world holding her save point. She's in her lovely dress with the ribbons, and she's got her bat, and the bat has some ribbons wrapped around it too. I love that touch. That's a fun concept. And I love the way you did her hair, like with the pure black, but with like the pink outline that's almost reminiscent of the art style in Ralsei's Castletown. That's a lot of fun. And on the back, you can see like this like stitched like she stitched it in herself, D heart for Des. And wow, this is fantastic. I love just the aesthetic and the art style and the just the colors and everything about this. I love everything about this. This is just really well made. Thank you so much for sharing. And next, we got another one from Natalie, and this one is Dragon Susie, and she just looks amazing. She's got like this like echo going on, or like multicolored echoes behind her, like she's like a Street Fighter character. It's just looking epic. And up there you can see there's a red and white soul in the A of dragon. Which is a reference to my Chris theory and Asriel theory. That's great. That's a nice touch. I just noticed that. And, you know, Susie's got a glowing yellow eye. Like she's an anime character. Amazing. This is great. Like, this just has so much effort and passion and personality put into it. This is fantastic. I love it. Susie's great. Thank you so much for sharing. You are very talented. Oh, and I just noticed that her wings almost are like reminiscent in style of the devil's knife, or like Jevil's weapon, which I don't know if that's intentional, but if so, super clever. Great idea. But yeah, again, thank you very much. Next, we have another video, this one from Night, and it's titled Happy Birthday. This one was given or made around my birthday, which was the time of recording this part of the video was about a little over a week ago. So yeah, this is actually a birthday present, so that's awesome. And of course we have a present, and it's shaken and and it's and it has a dragon Susie inside with a little yippee. Absolutely adorable. The animation, as always, is impressive. It's just the little chibi dragon Susie is also just precious. Fantastic work. Thank you so much, Knight. That was a very kind present, and it was much appreciated. Thank you very much. Next, we have another piece from Boglárka. Boglárka. Yes, Boglárka. That's probably right. That might be right. And this one is fan art of my pop-up video. So yeah, it's hand-drawn again because they're a god, if that wasn't obvious. And in the top left, we have Asriel clutching the How to Draw Dragons book saying, "Mine." There's the text, "New Jaru video is out!" Exclamation point. Time to draw. Pop-up getting ready to reveal controversial bits of lore. Oh my god. And then we have Susie. Steak! Susie's hungry. And then the bottom left we have, "Come on, Chris, open your eyes," saying Asriel Soul perhaps. And Chris is like, "Never." And then we have Ralsei, who's like looking at the lightners for darkners. And he's like, "Oh god." Ralsei has secrets, question mark? And then of course, the best one, the best for last, we have Noelle, embarrassed, looking away, flushed. from the hot female Santa. Oh my god, that's hilarious. This whole thing, this was a delight when I first saw it, and it's still very delightful even now. That's just the best word I can use to describe it. Delightful. Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is another piece from Natalie Does Stuff on YouTube, and this one's just of Chris. And, you know, you see Chris with their red eye and their Azrael's soul inside of their soul. This is a pretty unique art style. I don't think I've seen a Chris quite like this one, at least not in my immediate memory, but I have very short-term memory, so, so take that for what it will. Take that for what you will, excuse me. And then there's some text in the background, and it's a little hard to tell what it's saying. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it says. It's a little unclear. It's probably a reference to something, maybe in my videos or maybe some dialogue in the game. I'm not sure off the top of my head. It does look like there's blood on Chris's hand, which is oof. On both hands, actually, the closer I look. Yikes. So that's pretty intense. And then we've got this like chromatic like echo effect going on, which is fun. And it's all glitchy and staticky. Very cool. Thank you so much for sharing, Natalie. Here's another one. We are the same person. Oh, we are the same person. Oh my god, this is hilarious. It's just, I love how like Chris's legs are like absurdly long and gangly and and then and then Des has like the cursed eye. Oh my god. This is great. And we got like the purple like aura portal something or another behind them. Is this actually part of a two-parter? Yeah. So this was like a concept art for like their finished version, which we'll get to in a moment. But this is blessed in and of itself. This is pretty great. I quite enjoy looking at this even without the finished version, just because it's so funny. And hilariously, this is another case of like lineless art, so that's fun. Very fun. But let's, of course, we gotta look at the finished version, which, oh my god, look at that. We are one and the same. That's incredible. They both look so good. I love the like gangly, like super tall Chris, and again, I think I've already mentioned in one of the other pieces that I love how you do Chris's hair. But obviously the showstopper here is Des, who just looks phenomenal. Like, I love the dress, I love the stitched on heart, I love the ribbons, I love the green eye. It's all perfect. Oh, and I think she's even holding her bat behind her back, so that's a nice touch. And of course we have the pink save point behind them. Incredible. This is fantastic. I think I already praised a similar piece from Natalie with this is the second day of recording this particular video, so everything like prior to like a moment or two ago, it was like a day or two before, so I'm not quite remembering now. But point is, amazing work. You are very talented. I love this art, and I'm very grateful for you deigning to showcase it with us. So thank you very much. Oh, here's another one from Natalie. This one's a slightly different style, at least when it comes to Des's hair. And yeah, it's great. This is in reference to the Sky's Forever Blue girl, but also it's Des. She's falling into the glitchy background darkness, the pink save point above, and yeah, she looks great. The art looks great. Everything about it's great. I love it. There's so much like just quality about it, like the colors, the shading, the expression. Like, you're very talented. You've clearly got quite a bit of experience under your belt, so that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, and this time we've got a Des sprite from Natalie, and just wow, you have a diverse portfolio of art talents. That's very impressive. And wow, look at her. She's adorable. She's a cutie pie with her pink outfit with the stitched on heart, and I love how huge and detailed the ribbons are, and her big old head, and the background's in reference to the snowy field that you see in the in one of the Spamton Sweepstakes websites. So that's fun. That's a fun callback. Yeah, this is incredible. This is so high resolution and so well made. That's super impressive. You are extremely talented in a number of different art styles, Natalie, so thank you very much for sharing. And this one is a smaller, sillier one. And it's, yo, is that Bone Man? From Spamton, and then there's the blushing Bone Man, and Chris giving the thumbs up. That's precious. Like, I don't even have much to say. It's just fantastic. This is absolutely adorable. Very cute. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have some stuff from Joey. Namely, we have 2 Oberon Smog sprites. We'll go ahead and throw those on screen. The first one, we see Oberon in his full armor. He has 1 yellow eye and 1 blackened eye. You can make out a little bit of pink hair in the back, a dark cape, got some like blue and pink. I wonder if that's like a skirt or pants of some kind, or maybe that's implying like his body is somehow like starlight or something crazy like that. Whatever the case, very cool. Actually, I can't quite tell if he has yellow hair in this or pink hair, and maybe the pink that I'm seeing back there isn't his hair. Maybe that's the hammer that he carries or the weapon that he carries. I'm not sure. And then on his chest, he has a little insignia with like a blue and pink light and then like a green diamond. That's interesting. I wonder what that represents. I wonder if that's a callback to the Deltarune in some way. Very cool, nonetheless. And then we have a second sprite from Joey. I see. So that version was Oberon with his helmet on, and this is the Oberon without the helmet. Fantastic, like just very cool. Love the skin, love the. I think that's a. Okay, I think that the pink is his hair, and that's his beard now. So, or goatee or something like that. And he has a long nose. I'm thinking he does have a long nose. It's just extremely long in this. No, that doesn't make sense. No, that's not his nose. That's just his neck. That's just his collar. I'm stupid. Ignore me. Point is, looks great. I always love pixel art. It's just so much fun. It makes it feel like something that could even be in the game, which is always exciting. Thank you very much for sharing, Joey. Next is a piece from Diego on Twitter. This one is an Oberon Smog, and it's hand-drawn, which is always impressive on some graph paper. Might be a younger viewer, perhaps. Still going to school. I mean, maybe you're in college using graph paper, but I haven't used graph paper since I was in at least high school, maybe middle school, so it's been a minute. But I appreciate the fan art all the same. And we've got, just Oberon, green skin, pink hair. It's an interesting mixture of colors. Like, there's a lot of browns and grays mixed in. The spear hammer of justice. Okay, that's fun. Yeah, having, like, the spear on the bottom for creating dark fountains, and then the, the hammer on top. And it's purple, which is fun. And now I'm just imagining, like, what if in the battle with Oberon, he creates dark fountains mid-fight to, like that's his phase transition, and it's just meant to. I don't know. I don't know how that would work, but it would be pretty cool. I'm just imagining like an Elden Ring boss, but when it transitions to phase 2, it just creates a dark fountain. I don't know. That sounds epic. But yeah, very fun. And there's something in the top right there. I'm not quite sure what that is. Might be from a different art piece that he was working on. Regardless. Fantastic work. Always fun to see art from new viewers or new fan artists. And yeah, you've clearly got a knack for it. So thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have some more sketches from Alexander, and I think this is actually this is the same piece that we saw earlier with Chris and the Azrael in the middle, but with a few more sketches around the edges. At the bottom left, we see just a totally noodly... I look like one of those, what are they called? Snagrets in Pikmin? Like with the bird snakes? I look like that. That's hilarious. I'm like the snake whispering lies into the Deltarune's community. Oh my god. And with the top left, we see another Chris, a very good outline. Then we have the Mystery Man, of course, just looking disturbing as always. We've got a cool Oberon in the top right. We got a little sketch of Des there, just below that. Then we've got a Bone Man below that. And of course we have a second Chris, just completely blackened face. That's not even like hidden in shadow. That's just, there is no face. Their face is a void of darkness, just like their soul. No, just kidding. Yeah, and then below that we see, I think, a more lighthearted version of the middle one with maybe a slightly less intense Azrael hovering above the shoulder of Chris. But yeah, very fun. Always happy to see more art from you, Alexander. And of course, hand-drawn, again, very impressive. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have another piece from... Oh, no. Oh. I finally figured out how to say Boglárka, and now I'm looking at your name, and I'm realizing I don't even recognize some of those letters. Unfortunate. But regardless, we got a new piece from this artist, who's, I believe, a returning artist. I could be wrong. Maybe am I mixing you up with Per Trapezoid? I might be. If you're a new artist, then welcome. And this is, of course, the scene of Chris after killing Azrael. And yeah, now that I'm looking at this, I think you might be a new artist. Maybe. I don't know. Let me know in the comments below. You don't have to. I mean, you can. I'm not asking for engagement purposes. And this is them in the... Yeah, it's them in the closet. They're sitting on the floor. I'm just looking at Chris's outfit, and you can see they've got, they've got the typical striped shirt, and also a cape on, which is adorable, and of course the devil horns, and they're crying, which is very sad, and we've got the white soul inside the red soul, and that's all well and good. But I'm looking at their legs and their feet, and it looks like they're actually wearing a skirt of some kind. So that's interesting. I wonder if this is a more effeminate, a feminine interpretation of Chris, which is fun. That's a fun interpretation. And it looks like they're wearing slippers. It almost looks like ballet slippers a little bit. Not sure. Either way, very fun. I like this Chris design. It's unique. Very different from stuff I've seen before. And the knife's on the ground, and you see the bloody dust on the left, and the dark fountain bursting forth, and the open door letting light shine in on Chris's dark deeds. Fantastic. This is just really, this is a fascinating art style because it's clearly pixelated. So it's very clearly a pixel art style thing, but just the way you went about doing it, at a glance, it feels like I'm looking at a chalk drawing, but it's not. It's actually pixel, and that's really impressive. The way it's not easy. Pixel art, I love pixel art. Don't get me wrong, it's fantastic. But it's hard to make pixel art look like other art styles at times, or to make it look like it's incorporating hand-drawn elements without just literally hand-drawing over them. But this actually manages it. It looks like you're incorporating a different real-life art style into your digital art piece. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it looks really cool. It's very distinct. It's something that I'll definitely remember. Fantastic. I quite enjoyed analyzing this page, and again, I really like the Chris design. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing. If you want to let me know how to pronounce your name in the comments, I would be most appreciative. but you don't have to. Regardless, thank you so much for sharing. Ooh, got another piece from Alexander. This one, you're so talented. Have I mentioned that in this video? I probably have, but I'm going to say it again. You're very talented. Chris always looks awesome in all of your pieces, and the terrifying, corrupted Azrael spirit within them also looks terrifying, and it's just so intense. I feel like I'm looking like a Death Note or something. Not that I've watched Death Note. I'm supposed to at some point, but it's one of those. It's like Evangelion. It's like one of those things you just have to watch. It's too important culturally. I'm getting off track. This piece was titled Risk, probably in reference because that's an anagram of Chris. Is Risk, which is something people pointed out. I don't know if that's intentional. I know a lot of people theorize maybe Chris is an anagram of Risk, and that might be true. But I'm just sort of inclined to think that it was just meant to be a reshuffle of Frisk, like a slight variation on Frisk, and Chris was just a natural extension. I think Chris is an anagram of Frisk, basically. I'm more in that camp than in the Risk camp. Not that they couldn't both be the case, but, you know, at that point you're getting kind of layered with the symbolism. And Risk is such a vague concept. I get that. I'm getting sidetracked. The theory has nothing to do with the art. The art is amazing, as always. Just everything about it. Just I think I've already described why your art style is so impressive and cool to me. Hand-drawn, looks beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, next we have another series of pieces from Ooftale. And this is called Cute and Badass, and it's another one of those whatchamacallit. It's like piece by piece. It's like a time lapse of the artist's production. Like we start with the sketch here, and we see Des, and you can start to make out like the bat she's holding, or the outfit, or she's saying, "What? Can't a girl be both cute and badass?" That's what I'm saying, Des. But yeah, I mean the sketch already looks good, like already. But then when we get to stage 2. Start to get the colors, and this isn't finished yet. It's just Des on her own. We got a foresty background, and already I'm loving this. Obviously, I'm just a sucker for all the pink. The pink is just precious. It's beautiful. Blue is my favorite color, but damn, if pink isn't just the best, it's kind of amazing. It's just so aesthetically pleasing. Point to a pink character in fiction, and I'll probably like their aesthetic. I'm remembering in high school and middle school especially, there was all those people wearing pink shirts with like text on it that said "Pink is the new black," and it was like, it was so childish. It's like, listen, you don't need to be coming up with excuses for why you like a color. It's fine to like the color pink. It's a pretty color. I mean, they gave it to a freaking Dragon Ball Super villain as their main aesthetic, and that character is considered the best villain in the whole show. So clearly, pink can be pretty freaking cool. I digress. I do that a lot. In real life, I do that a lot. I get really, really easily sidetracked. But yeah, back to the drawing. Des looks amazing. I love her face. I love like the kind of blotchy like fur color you've got going on here. That's a lot of fun. Her expression. I love the art style choice with the eyes. Having like one eye that kind of peeks out from under the hair, and the other one that's under, like, but you can just see the outline underneath the bang. Like that's a fun little switch up. And then her hair looks great. I love the long hair on characters in fiction. I think it doesn't matter if they're like a boy or a girl. Long hair looks epic. I'm very much of the attitude that short hair is just less opportunity for cool visuals. It's like giving a superhero cape. It's like, is it cool? Like, is it practical to have a cape? Not really. I mean, you can come up with reasons, but generally the reason you give a superhero cape is because it looks awesome. It fills the frame in an epic way. that's all the reason you need. And that's kind of my attitude with hair. Is like some hair, short hairstyles look fine, but I think it's just long hair just looks cooler. I think long hair is just generally a case of more is better. But I'm getting distracted again. Beautiful. I love it. This is already just great. But we're not even to the final version. Oh, and her outfit looks fantastic. And then we get to the final version. Is this the final version? No, it's not the final version. I lied. But no, we start to get some more shading, some more definition, and of course her bat has appeared now. And I love how the aesthetic on her dress almost makes the pink like highlights almost look like pink flames radiating off her. Like she's a freaking, again, like a Dragon Ball character. Like, hey, you messing with me, punk? She looks like she's about to go beat up some street thugs in an anime. And then we get to, I think this is the final one, actually. And this one adds the text. What? Can't a girl be both cute and badass? And yeah, fantastic. I love it. You're super talented, Ooftail. Everything you make is always brings a smile to my face. And of course, the fact that you are pandering to my love of long-haired, pink-dressed, adorable characters, that certainly helps. But, I'm getting sidetracked. Fantastic work as always. You are super talented. Oh, and we're back tonight. This one, I think it's a series of 3 pictures, and this is in reference to my Who is Chris video, where I showed 3 images of Chris and or Frisk with red eyes to showcase my evidence for why I think Frisk in Undertale also has naturally red eyes. And the more I dig into Frisk's story, the more intrigued I get about them. Like, I think they're actually a lot more interesting of a character than people give them credit for. I blame that on me playing Elden Ring and, like, really falling in love with that environmental storytelling that they do in Miyazaki games. And it's just, once you're obsessed with that, you start noticing all the tiny details and thinking about the implications. It's like Frisk comes into the underground with a worn bandage that's already been used many times, and it's super gross. And it's like, what does that tell you about their past? That could have been anything, but Toby Fox went with that. And it's like, what does that say about them? And it's just so much fun to really delve in to characters with very little spoken lore, but lots of little hints about their backstory. It really, I don't know, it's just a lot of fun to theorize about it and figure out who they are and what they're like, and what they, and then as a writer, I also just enjoy thinking about the narrative potential and like what do they represent thematically? Like what does Frisk represent in terms of the narrative? Like what thematic concept do they embody? And things like that. It's just a lot of fun. Sidetracked again. So the first pic we have for evidence of from that video is just the one at the end of chapter 1. Chris turns to the camera with their red eye and a knife, and it's like, and of course, it's all shaded and in darkness and looks great. Just always a lot of fun. Their feet got eaten by the carpet, unfortunately. That's a tragic fate for Chris. But we got more. Second pic. Oh my god, they look adorable. And this is Chris tumbling into the underground, in which you can see for like a single frame or like 1 or 2 frames, you can make out their red eye, which is a detail I very appreciate. It helps keep it clear that Chris's eye is always red. Even in, doesn't matter which world they're in. They can be in the dark world or the light world, and their eye is always red, which is interesting, because their skin and hair change color, but not their eye. Huh. I'm gonna have to remember that. That might be important. Anyway, Chris looks adorable here, tumbling down. Everything, all of Knight's characters look adorable. Like just the big-eyed, adorable, like hair floaty, like seeing it through the bangs, all that stuff. Like it's just absolutely precious. Yeah, looks good. And then third and final one is Red-eyed Chris or Frisk, excuse me. This is the end of the I don't know what the fan community dubbed it, but it's like the corrupted pacifist route, where you get to the end of pacifist after being adopted by Toriel, and then Frisk, their head, takes on some attributes of Kara, and they open their eyes for the first and only time, revealing that they have glowing red eyes. And, revealing that they've gone bad, they're evil now, or whatever. And, in the video, I basically argued that their eyes weren't red because of Kara, because Kara doesn't have red eyes. I argued that their eyes are red because Frisk just has red eyes. Frisk. Frisk just has red eyes. And when you actually look at the color palette of the character in that scene, it doesn't really look like Kara in terms of colors. It more looks like Frisk's face is being manipulated to look a certain way, but there's no actual proof that any physical transformation occurs. It just looks like some color palettes have been changed and the hairstyle shifts slightly, but there's no obvious physical transformation that occurs. And even if there was, again, Kara doesn't have red eyes, so it doesn't make sense for Frisk to have red eyes, except to be dramatic or because they just have red eyes naturally. And since Chris has that going on, it kind of adds credence to the idea that Frisk also had red eyes. I digress. Frisk Kara here looks adorable, just a little bitty baby head sticking out of the sheets. Precious child. Very cute. Thank you very much for sharing that. This was quite fun, even though I got sidetracked constantly because I'm not ADD, but my whole family is. And so my mind has kind of gotten used to dealing with thinking in ADHD ways to complement my family. So, I'll use that as an excuse. That's why I get off topic, not because I'm just short attention span. Oh, and here's another piece from Diet, and this is just a meme thumbnail of... just a meme thumbnail. I don't actually remember the context in which they brought this up. It was just... I don't know if I was talking about Asgore or something. I don't remember. But, yeah. Why does he explode with a comical green screen JPEG of the explosion over his face? The ghostly Asgore Toriel. And then in the background, very darkly, you can make out the Christmas tree spot in Snowden, which is just hilarious. Even though I don't quite remember the context, I don't think I need to know the context for this to be hilarious. Thank you very much for sharing, Knight. Whoa, okay. This is pretty crazy. This is a long piece. In fact, they might have, when they originally showed it to me, they might have actually split it into several pieces, but I just took the bigger piece that was just all of them at once. So we'll start at the top. And this is called the end, or this is a scene showing the end of Deltarune. And at the top, you'll see the text, "We'll meet again, don't know where." Which, we'll get to the rest of that in a moment. But focusing on the visuals, Jesus Christ, the more I look at it, the more insane it becomes. This is incredible. The angel is this almost very much going hard on the inhuman aspect, where it just doesn't look like an entity you can interact with. And the Delta Warriors stand below, facing off against it. And you can see the black heart, potentially probably almost certainly in reference to Azrael. And this angel looks gorgeous. I love the background too, with all the golden light and black spikes, just indicating how chaotic the whole world has become. The black halo with the red spikes around it, it almost looks like a thorny an anti-halo. It's like a corruption of the Jesus crown of thorns in a way. This angel's insane. This angel is incredible. Wow. Amazing. Thank you. I'm saying thank you too early. Amazing angel. And then when we scroll down a bit, we see a close-up on the heroes, and they're looking stressed. Ralsei is crying. Oh. And we get a little bit more text saying, Don't know when, but I know we'll meet again. Something else. Well, we'll find out the rest in a moment. And then they hug. Oh, and everything gets intense. These are the final moments. And then we scroll to the very bottom. But I know we'll meet again some sunny day. And we see Chris wake up in their bed at the start of chapter 1, ready to live through it all over again. Incredible. Like, just, what a fantastic piece of art. This whole thing was just a delight to go through. Like, this is so absurdly high quality. This is insane. Like, you could be a professional, like, comic artist. Like, I don't have enough words. I always complain about this when I do these videos, is I don't have enough words to express how impressed I am. And my voice doesn't always capture the emotions I'm feeling. But, like, if this doesn't help embody the peak drama of this potential future for Deltarune, I don't know what will. Like, some people have been like, oh, it'll be depressing, it'll be a sad ending. And I don't think I understand why that's a bad thing. Sometimes a story is better if it has a sad ending. You know, we all want happy endings, but sometimes a sad ending is more meaningful. And I feel like we already got a happy ending with Undertale. Do we need to have another cheesy... And then we defeated the Asriel stand-in in order to save the world, same as the other game, but this time with slightly more characters. It's like, do we really want to do that again? Do we really want just a redux of, like, a story Toby's already done? And do you think Toby's really going to do the same story again? I don't think so. And I don't think I would want that. I think a story that has something more to say and is a bit darker in the ending is intriguing to me. I think it adds some potential. And yeah, I'm getting slightly off topic, but I'm just like this. Like I said, this art just really helps embody everything that makes me confident in my theory. It's just so compelling. It's so interesting and so engaging. It has so much to say about life. And I just think that's awesome. And then, like, just adding in the music lyrics to that song it's just too perfect. And the possibility that Chris might have some vague recollection of what's been erased is some great nightmare fuel. I would love if my theory's true, and I just noticed that Chris has an earring. That's a nice touch. If we get to Deltarune, did I say Deltarune 2? If we get to the end of Deltarune, and my theory is correct, I would love if on the second playthrough, there's like some subtle changes as a consequence of people's deja vu. Like, maybe there's a few interactions that go differently. There's even more Easter eggs. Like, I would love the idea of Deltarune just having, like, a second playthrough where there's subtle differences throughout the whole game. It'd be like a total... I don't know, it's like... I just love that idea. I love the idea of us getting to the end of Deltarune and already being this incredibly long game, and then we go through it again, and there's differences. And it's just like... You know, to the casual player, they might not be interested in that. But to diehard fans who are like, I'm going to play through this game again anyway, it's like, that's a great reward. And it turns what is a tragic situation into a fascinating opportunity to learn a little bit more about these characters before we say goodbye to them. And yeah, I just think that's awesome. I love that. Beautiful art, incredible art. Clearly, it meant a lot that it inspired me to really just talk about this. It's just so much fun. I don't know if your name's pronounced Evie, but thank you so much for sharing. You are incredibly talented, and this is a gorgeous piece of art. This is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have some sprites of Des from Billy Boggs Chavez, who you'll recall is responsible for both a number of music tracks that were inspired by my channel, as well as a handful of pixel art pieces. They're just another case of someone just being incredibly talented and making fan art for me for some reason, even though I definitely don't deserve it. But yeah, no, Des looks great. I love this. This is a very different take. She's got a ton of piercings, which is a different take. We've got like septum piercings, some eyebrow piercings, some ear piercings. She's missing a horn, I notice. That's fun. That adds some history, some personality. It's like, did she lose a horn, or was she just born without a horn, or does she have both horns and one's just shorter than the other? Because not all people are born symmetrical. So, that's an interesting idea. And of course, she's got the pink dress on, but with like a big white shoulder. I don't know what the official term is, but shoulder puffs, shoulder sleeves, whatever you want to call them. It's very regal. She looks like I don't know. What would be a term that's appropriate? I mean, she looks like a princess, but she looks like I almost had the term. It's alternative. She looks like she's like in that alternative culture, alternative lifestyle or whatever. I can't think of it right now, but she's like a princess who's living that lifestyle. So that's fun. But we actually have a second sprite. Oh, and this one's just a back sprite. But yeah, fantastic. I love this. This is very cool. It adds a lot of detail, a lot of depth. Just a very unique take on Des as a character. Very fun. I quite liked it. Thank you so much for sharing, Billy. Oh, and we're not done, because Billy is a little, wow, they've got resources and abilities. They turned their Des idea into a full-blown 3D model. And wow, what do you even say to that? Holy cow. She looks epic. She looks like, not only, again, like we were talking about it, like, why can't she be cute and badass? It's like, she took that seriously, or Billy took that seriously, I should say. And I appreciate that her feet actually look like hooves. That's a detail that you don't always see, because a lot of times, it's easier just to put shoes on these types of characters and not think about it. Because hooves are weird. They're not, I mean, to be fair, are hooves any harder to draw than human feet? From what I understand, human feet are hard to draw too. I digress. Yeah, she looks epic. She's got that bat. She's got like, is that a ring on? Is she wearing like a... Does she have just like a... Oh, is that like a reference to the rings Spamton gives out? That's fun if so. And her piercings are red and green, the Christmas colors. That's a fun touch. And okay, we can clearly see now that one of her horns was cut off. I wonder if it got wounded in battle. Is that the headcanon here, or did she lose it just in an accident when she was growing up, or maybe it was stunted? I don't know. There's a lot of potential storytelling here, and she definitely looks like a mixture of like of cute and badass. That's awesome. Yeah. Okay. Amazing. Wow. That's so cool. How do you even Hero Forge? I wonder if that's like the resource you use to make the 3D model. Very interesting. Very cool. Thank you so much for sharing, Billy. This is very fun to encounter. This is just so unique. Next, we have a piece from Shadow Man on Twitter, and it's a piece of Ralsei. The lighting makes it a little hard to read the text, but I believe it says, name Ralsei, age unknown, type A... It's either A positive or AB. I can't quite tell. Part Narkner and part Lightner, reference to my theory. And then on the side it says about their name. This is the about section. Their name is Ralsei. His age is blank. His friend has a little sister named Noelle. Oh. Implying that Ralsei was friends with Des. That's an interesting concept. Ooh, imagine if Ralsei met Des and was like with her on her adventures too. And then she didn't listen to his warnings and made the darker yet darker fountain. And so now, as Ralsei is desperately trying to protect his new friends, where he failed the other one. That's a fun idea. I don't know if I believe that actually happened, but it's a fun story. It's a fun bit of drama, nonetheless. And of course, the Ralsei himself in the middle looks absolutely adorable. This is a precious drawing. I love this. Again, hand drawn, which is always impressive. Yeah, very cool. And it almost, yeah, it's definitely got that kind of. I wonder if this was with crayon. I'm not sure. Regardless, thank you so much for sharing. This is a very fun piece. Yeah, delightful. Thank you again. Oh, here's another piece from Shadow Man. This one's a little easier to read. That's nice. And this one's of Chris. And it says, the fate that is preset breaks you down, but at least you have mean girls and fluffy boys by your side. On the back left, it says, door to Ralsei's castle town. And on the right, it says, when Chris finds out his fate is already written from the dark crystal. Oh, that's their reaction. They're crying and their face is shadowed. Aw. Susie, Chris, we have to defeat the angel. Ralsei, yeah, Chris. Dark crystal, your fate is pre-written, Chris Dreamer. Ooh, and then on the, oh yeah, we see like I think those are different symbol. Okay, so like there's the, okay, yeah, that's the door to Ralsei's castle town. We see the Deltarune symbol, and I think, yeah, that's and those are the triangles that are part of the Deltarune symbol. One's purple, one's Ralsei green, and one's Chris blue. But in this case, it's green, and perhaps implying this is happening in the light world, maybe. That's fun. And of course, Chris themselves, they've got this big, super wide shirt, which is fun. They're holding a knife, I think. A bloody knife. That's intense. And I'm looking at the bottom now, and it looks almost like if they're standing on a wall or something, or maybe that's a road. I'm not sure. And of course, yeah, Chris got their red eyes, and they're crying. Yeah, fantastic. Very fun. Thank you so much for sharing. Very fun. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Next, we have another piece from Billy. This is a hand-drawn piece. He decided to diversify his portfolio and try some IRL art too. And that's hilarious. So this is called Sans Mocks the Angel comic. In the top left, we see, hey Angel, sigh, what comes in three and loves a good fight? What? Them. That's the best joke you said. Thanks, see ya. Oh my god. So this is okay. So for starters, the angel has this like donkey face aesthetic, which is fun. It's like a total subversion of the lion or tiger-headed aesthetic that we've seen before. A donkey's about the most opposite from a tiger you can get. And then we have the Deltarune symbol, but like more intense on the angel's front. And then of course we have Sans. And then we see the weapons representing our heroes. The sword looks like the twisted sword. Then we got Susie's main axe, and then we have Ralsei's scarf, which you can see has a little yellow sunflower on it, which is great. And then Sans hops into his time machine or universe hopping machine, and the logo on the side of it is the Deltarune symbol with a cross across it. Because, Sans is against the angel and its prophecy. Oh, my God. And this is hand-drawn. It's on a piece of paper. Wow. Fantastic work, Billy. This is fun. I appreciate you branching out into different art styles and different mediums entirely. Yeah, this is great. Very funny, too. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have another piece from Guy Wicken, aka Will McKenzie. And this is a bunch of chibi sprites of not only me, but of fan artists who've done art for this channel. So This is awesome. I love this. So in the middle, you can see a chibi Ganondorf, which looks amazing. I love that. And then, oh, I'm gonna feel bad because like I'm not, even though I recognize names, I'm not as intimately familiar with all of the profile pictures and avatars of my fan artists. So it's a little hard for me to recognize some of them. I can tell the bottom left is Knight. That one's clear. Knight's OC appears in my Twitter feed quite frequently. And in the left, I want to say that might be Ragtime. Yeah, Ragtime. I think that might be them. I'm not sure. In the bottom right, you can see the desk sprite and the Gaster, which, because he has that's just his own Gaster design that he's shown in some previous works, and unfortunately I don't recognize the other three off the top of my head. Not that I don't know who the artists are. I mean, I'm sure that I'd know who they were if I saw their names in front of me, but I'm not intimately familiar with the chibi sprites. But that said, these sprites all look fantastic. They all look really good, and they communicate the designs and personalities perfectly. This is a lot of fun. But wait, there's a second version that adds a few more and changes a few others. So on the top left, you see, "Oh, the mystery," in reference to the Arcane song. So instead of it's "Oh, the misery," it's "Oh, the mystery." Right. And then to the left, you can see an ad for demon summoning, but in reference to the pop-up video, but it's a picture of the desk sprite, which is hilarious. And then in the bottom right, the sprite that was previous year has been taped over with I mean, that might be their new profile picture, but I think that's just the wolf from Puss in Boots 2. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the movie yet, so I'm not sure off the top of my head. But then below that, we see a Chris sprite, a tiny Chris sprite, as well as a mystery man in a pink dress sprite. This is all like deep cuts to my Twitter feed. So if you're not on my Twitter, you're like, wow, this is some random nonsense. But it's all references to memes and jokes that have been made on there. So yeah, this is fantastic. This is hilarious. There's so much. It's a mixture of total memes and actual high effort sprite work, and that's perfect. I love this. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we've got another piece from Alexander. Oh man, a very dramatic pose. Like you're going for this it's hard to tell at a glance, but you're going for this intense what do you call it? Like it's like a crazy camera perspective that you see in like anime and such, where it's like not quite. I don't know if fisheye lens is the right word, but it's where like Chris's left hand is way bigger than it should be, and then Chris's right arm is way smaller because it's off in the distance. So like this is actually like, if you're being unkind, you might think, oh, they just got the proportions off. But I don't think that's actually the case. We've seen their other work. They're really good. I think they're actually going for like a crazy dynamic camera angle here, which is a lot of fun. I quite like that. And of course, it's Chris holding the twisted sword, further emphasizing that this is a crazy camera angle because that's way too small to be a sword. That's like a dagger sized. If it was, unless you accept that it's a camera angle, in which case it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we're going for some crazy stuff. This is fantastic. This is really cool. I just love this. And Chris is so thin or slim is the word I would use. Love the hair. Love the gauntlet. That's a fun touch. Yeah, this is fantastic. You are super talented, Alex. I love everything you submit. It's so cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, next, we've got another piece from this artist. Okay, I was saying before that I wasn't sure if you were new or not, but I'm pretty sure you're not, now that I'm looking at the Chris Spampton fusion again. Because, I remember this guy, or this pair of no, they're not even that. This couple, this pairing, I remember this and this design. This is this has been around for a while. This has been around since my Spamton theory. So yeah, you're not a new artist. You've been around for a minute. I just have terrible memory of. So my apologies on that front. You're still obviously welcome, especially since you make such amazing art. Yeah, this is the Chris Spamton fusion. It's the what if Spamton succeeded and got and absorbed Chris, or Chris has Spamton soul inside them, or whatever the specifics are of this backstory. And yeah, just they look awesome. It's a fantastic combination of attributes of like the cape of Spamton Neo, referencing the wings. The red soul and the white soul. Then you have like the red chest piece, which is interesting. I wonder if that's a reference to something. Is that like something that's on the whatchamacallit, the Spamton Neo robot? I'm not sure now off the top of my head. And of course, now Chris has the big pointy nose because, they absorbed Spamton, and Spamton has a huge nose, and they're smiling, and, got one eye that's red with like a yellowish tint, and then the other one's white with a pinkish tint. And this is actually so smart because it's referencing how the red and the white pupils reference the Chris and Azrael souls, but the pink and yellow irises, or is that the irises or that's the sclera? I always mix up the terminology for eyeballs. But the white of the eyes is the pink and yellow of Spamton's glasses, which is brilliant. This is fantastic. This is such a clever design. And of course they've got this like crazy hair going on. Oh my gosh. And they've got all these squiggly effects around them. Just looking adorable. Fantastic work. I just love fusion art. I love all kinds of fusion art. I would love to see more fusion art just with different characters because it's so much fun. It's just a fun conceptual thing. Like if you've been on my Twitter recently, we've had a lot of people have been having fun with that new. It's not new, but it's the Pokemon fusion calculator thing, and like that's just another great case of how fusion as a concept is just a ton of fun. Yeah. Anyway, getting off track. Fantastic art piece. It's super well made. It's super clever in design. The colors, the shading, just the personality. Phenomenal. You are super talented. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, next we have another desk comic. This one from Night. If I recall correctly, this is a more comedic one. So in the first panel, we see Des in the staticky, darker yet darker. So I'm trapped here forever, huh? Oh my god, her hair and that dress. Oh, beautiful. And then the second image, it's pretty boring here, actually. I love the like so over it expression with the huge eyes underneath the hair. It totally undermines like the seriousness to make it clear that this is comedic. Oh my god, that's hilarious. And then we get to the third one. I should probably check Twitter. Oh my gosh, of course you get Twitter reception even in hell. Because the devil would definitely make sure you still have access to Twitter. Otherwise it wouldn't be hell. And so she looks over at her Twitter phone, and it's Guy Wicked, just posting a bunch of the compressed death sprites. Once again, this is if you're on my Twitter feed, then you get it. Then you're like, yep, this is on brand. Guy loves the chibi death sprite. And puts it in all sorts of silly memes and stuff. It's great. And this is just in reference to that. It's so prevalent that Knight made fan art of it, which is hilarious. Fantastic work. Des looks amazing. The art is hilarious. You're talented as always. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, and then next we have another piece from from Night. And this is another Chris after killing Azrael piece. But this was Night. I'm trying to call you Des again. This is Night after this is Night trying a new art style. Like they decided to try for a sketchy, intense, black and white aesthetic for the piece. Still has its their trademark art style attributes with the big eyes and very expressive and like the exaggerated dimensions. But but with a more intense, sketchy, style. And that's a lot of fun. I love seeing artists try out new things, like Billy trying pixel art or hand drawn, and just branching out into new stuff and new fields and things. It's just cool to see people grow and try new things. That's like kind of part of the joy of being alive, isn't it? And this is fantastic. Chris looks great. I just love how cute everyone looks in your art style. It's absolutely adorable. And I love the results. Like it just goes to show, like, you can totally, like, if you told me this was like a sketch, like this was a filter that you put over a night art piece, I would almost believe it if I didn't know I knew that wasn't the case. But I mean, I guess the point I'm getting at is that it shows how well defined your art style is, that even when you do something completely different in terms of like the way you went about creating it, I still instantly recognize it. And I'm just like, oh, that's a night piece. And yeah, phenomenal. Very cool, very cute, very impressive in general. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have another piece from Alexander. This one depicts Chris hiding from Oberon Smog. This is a fun one. Of course, hand-drawn, always impressive. Oberon has just a gargantuan eye in this depiction, which is very unique, but also surprisingly effective and threatening in this context. I love the long billowing hair. That's a nice touch. And the claws like cracking the stone as he walks past. That's just a cool visual. And Chris hiding below, looking mighty spooked. Fantastic. Just simple piece, but quite fun. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have another Oberon Smog from Brendan. And wow, this one's awesome. I think this is... I could be mistaken, but he might have actually submitted an alternate version of this. I don't quite recall. Yes, he did. A redraw of this one comes later. But basically, this is Oberon Smog standing in front of a dark fountain. His hairstyle is actually a top knot, I think. I'm not sure if that's like something in the redraw only, or if it's also here. But the top knot hairstyle is a very, kind of iconic samurai sort of hairstyle. So that's a lot of fun. And he looks very cool here. I love the underbite of the metal jaw and the just the shininess and coloration of the armor with the greens and the blues. A lot of fun. The purple eyes are a nice touch. That might be new. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. But yeah, very cool. Brendan always does incredible work. There's a reason they're known as the guy who I thought might be making AI art. Whenever I first met them, whenever they first submitted art for this showcase. So clearly they're very talented. Thank you very much for sharing. Next is a piece from Allie, or Ally, I'm not sure, on Twitter. And this is a depiction of Chris after killing Azrael. Of course, the classic, the iconic scene. And oh my god, looking at this closer, this is incredible. Whoa, this has way more quality than it has any right to. What? This is insane. Okay, where to even begin? So right off the top, like literally, we see the door to the dark room with the light shining down as a spotlight on Chris's crimes, and that's just a fantastic visual already. Then you see all the nose representing Chris's very upset state of mind in this sequence. But then we get to Chris themselves, and boy oh boy, so much to praise. Unique art style, having the eyebrows be above the hairline, but not revealing the eyes. So it allows for that, allows you to better understand that they have a distressed expression without explicitly showcasing the feature that they typically hide. So that's fun. Love the coloration on the hair. That's a very It's actually kind of true to Chris's hairstyle in. Well, no, that's not necessarily the case. It just looks good. I don't need to come up with a reason for why it looks good. It just does. Got the devil horns, of course. Got some blood splattered on their face. Of course, wearing the green robes and what almost looks like, like a cape for the, the prank or what have you. Chris has a very chiseled jawline here, which is always fun. People love giving Chris a prominent Chad jawline, which is always funny to me. And then, of course, there's the souls, and I don't know if I can pick a favorite part of this pick, because it's all gorgeous, but the souls look really good. I don't know. It's hard for me to pinpoint what I love so much about them, but, the white soul and the red soul is, of course, a reference to the Chris absorbing Azrael's soul theory. But you can tell there's like waves of light surrounding the soul, showcasing its supernatural nature. And yeah, there's just something about that aesthetic that just makes it look so good. I quite like that. That's very fun. But what is probably my favorite detail, and something that I've just consistently enjoyed when I see depictions of Chris, is the tights that they're wearing underneath their clothes. Like, that's just like such a fun concept. Like, I don't think it has any, like, Chris in the Dark World wears what might be tights, black tights, that is, but in the Light World they don't. So having it on Light World Chris is a fun concept, and it's cool. I like it. It's a unique article of clothing. You don't see that on most characters, and I think it's fun. And I just now noticed the knife that they're holding, which is very red. Not much to say on that. But yeah, no, just everything about this is incredible. The shading, the art style, this is clearly someone who's been making art for a very long time, and they have mastered many aspects of it, and it's incredibly impressive. I'm very flattered. I'm pretty sure, I keep saying that I think these are new artists, but it might just be my terrible memory. But regardless of whether you're an old artist or a new artist, you are absolutely welcome, and I am very grateful to have such talent contributing to my silly little theories. I don't exaggerate when I say that the art y'all make is far more impressive to me than my theories are to you. It is it glorifies my theories in a way that's hard to express, and on the one hand, I don't know if it deserves it, but on the other hand, it's so awesome that I'm not going to discourage it either. But yeah, I digress. This is a phenomenal piece of art. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have a piece from Boglárka, and before I even describe this funny little thing, this is the third recording session for this showcase. And the only reason I bring that up is because between the second and third showcases, or not the second and third showcases, the second and third hours, that's not what I meant either. The second and third sessions of recording, I was messaged by Boglárka, who wanted me to use mentioning their correct pronouns, which are she, her, which I don't know if I've been using he, him, or they, them thus far. I don't. Like I said, my memory's not great in general, but especially for this remembering the pronouns. Because there's just so many artists, and a lot of artists don't actually show their pronouns in their bios, so I'm not even used to checking. I usually just default to they, them. Point is, Boglárka is a she, her. So my apologies for any previous misgendering that may have occurred. With that in mind, this is her next piece, and it's Chris after killing Azrael, of course, but an intentionally scuffed. I mean, I say it's intentionally scuffed, but even your like jokey kind of sketchy pieces still have telltale signs of your professionalism. It's like the chalky outlines are themselves too artistically unique to just be some random like new artist. Like that alone clues me in that this is made by someone who knows that this is a joke piece by someone who is actually much more talented than than they're letting on. And this whole yeah, it's just a jokey depiction of Chris after killing Azrael. My favorite detail though has to be that the soul is wrong. Instead of a red soul with an upside down white soul inside it, it's just a white soul right side up with a red soul inside it. That's actually wrong in every possible way. That's impressive. Hilarious. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have another one from Guy Wicken, and this one's funny. This is the title of this is DELTARUNE RTX on. So at the center we have the Des sprite that I made, but with some modifications to add some RTX effects to the borders and like a blush on her cheeks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a much better version of the sprite I made, actually. Like, this has clearly been re-textured to make it look better, or at the very least look more RTX. I will say, when I first saw this, at first I saw it, and I was like, oh, that's nice. I think, because Guy, like I mentioned in the previous recording session, Guy loves making art with this, with the Des sprite. I don't know why they find it so funny, but I find their consistent usage of the Des sprite to be hilarious. And the moment I realized, like originally I saw this and was like, oh, another Des sprite one from Guy, that's fun. But then I realized what the joke was, the RTX joke, and I laughed out loud. Like, it was so funny to me. It's just such a silly idea. RTX on. That's hilarious. Like, for a sprite art. Like, that is... Yeah, that's brilliant. That's a fantastic joke. Thank you very much for sharing, Guy. Next, we have another Chris After Killing Azrael piece. This one from Yunko, or... someday I'll learn how to pronounce that first name, but Knight. And, I wrote down this was Chris After Killing Azrael, another one of those pieces. But looking at it, it doesn't actually look like that. It looks like this is prior to killing Azrael, hence the smile and the unbloodied knife. But it is meant to be Chris on the eve of the killing. As evidenced by the horns and the green and the the knife. But yeah, this is a pretty straightforward piece. But Chris looks adorable as always in your style. A really solid piece altogether. Not much to say on this one. It's fairly simple. Chris sadly lost their feet in the Great War in this timeline, so that's unfortunate. But it's clearly not inhibiting them. They've learned telekinesis, and they're using it to float above the ground. So that's good for them. I'm proud of them. Thank you very much, Knight, for sharing. Next, we have another 3D model made by Billy Boggs Chavez, and this one is Oberon Smog, and holy cow, doesn't that look epic? Wow, the green, like, chain whip with the spiky part at the end to be used as the, potentially for making great dark fountains, although the bottom of the hammer that's clearly on his back might also be used for fountains. It's hard to say. The pink hair looks great in this, the pale skin, the peaking eyes, the huge fortress-like metal jaw. Like, it looks like a fortress. In fact, the part of this design that's most impressive to me is just the armor. This is so well done. Like, this is nuts. the intricacies of the rivets, like the bronze, or the I guess bronze, like pendants or bolts in the sheet metal, like the divots in the chest piece, and of course the green cloth, overtaking it all, and even just the gauntlet looks awesome. This is fantastic. Holy cow. I don't know what this Hero Forge thing is, but it is super impressive. Like, this design, which looks fantastic. This is an amazing Oberon Smog design. Oh, and we have a second one. This one is Oberon with lightish blonde hair, which is a callback to the several blonde Oberons depictions we got back in December. Yeah, fantastic. Man, even the greaves look awesome with the cloth over the greaves. Like, that's... Wow. It's incredible how a little bit of cloth over top some medieval armor can just make it suddenly incredible. Like, it just takes what's already awesome and makes it even better and gives it more personality. I love that. This is one of my favorite Oberon designs, just flat out. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Billy. This is awesome. Next, we've got another piece from Dr. Mangoes. This one is, the title for this is, Honey, I Stole Their Souls. Help! With Seance down there on the bottom. And this is in reference to the Beatles album of the same name. The Help part, I think. And yeah, on the cover here we can see Ralsei with like a mask on and sunglasses and diving through the air. They're dressed in blue, which is a different look for them. That's fun. And they're blasting away at fools. This is probably a reference to the pop-up video where Ralsei clicks on gun ads. Fantastic. Oh, in the top left you can see a little flower icon, which is of course a reference to Flowey. Fantastic. This is just really good. I don't know if I've complimented enough, because the composition of your pieces is already so good and complex and just in depth that it's hard to specifically mention how well done specific aspects of the art is or are. But I really want to draw attention to the line art on Ralsei here. Just the thick, like, clear lines delineating, because like you'll notice there's different thicknesses where like they actually went with like a thinner thickness at certain points and a thicker thickness at others in order to give it a very specific jagged aesthetic that is super unique. I really like it. And then, like, with the pants, it clearly just becomes one big black block. It actually reminds me of Samurai Jack. I might have already mentioned that in this video, one of the downsides of recording over the course of several days. But it's just a very fun art style. It's very... I don't know how to put it. Well realized? It feels like you've also been doing art for a long time and have taken, like, a fair amount of time just like figuring out what kind of art you want to make. And that's kind of the vibe this gives me. This feels like this isn't an art style that you just sit down one day and go, oh, okay, I'm going to throw out some Ralseis and then he looks like this. It's like, no, this takes effort, this takes thought, this takes practice and refinement. That's the word that I think really would define this, is refinement. This is a refined art style. And it's just really impressive. Like, just even things as simple as like the curvature of his horns, like, it kind of impressed me. Like, they give this aura or this vibe of being in 3 dimensions, like showcasing you have an awareness of dimensionality when it comes to the realm of your art piece. I'm not really describing this correctly. Point is, you are very talented. Thank you so much for sharing. Your contributions are always very welcome. Ooh, this is fun. Next, we have a piece from Knight, and this is fan art of my Who is Chris thumbnail. And this is just fantastic. There's so many things about this that are great. Because in the original piece, it has Chris in the middle divided in half, and then Frisk on the left and Kara on the right. And this is a very accurate rendition of that, to be sure. But it also takes some creative liberties that make it even better. The white outlines around the regular souls, definitely. I mean, not only is that a fun call, like kind of reversal or even callback, because like you see a white outline around the soul sometimes in combat. There's actually a white outline around all the characters, so that's just an artistic choice, but it's a unique one and it's fun, and it helps delineate them from the background, because if you didn't have the white outline you wouldn't be able to see the black outlines, so that makes sense. I love how long Frisk's hair is, by the way, on the left. I don't know, that's just something that caught my eye, is that Frisk has generally less I don't know what the term is for hair that's more full or more fluffy, or just like has more contours. I don't know. I don't have the terminology, but it looks good. I like it. It looks good on Frisk. And, of course, I feel like that's in and of itself a reference to the theory that I have that Frisk is Chris. And since Chris has been given a ton of voluptuous hair, I think that's a term that could be used for hair. I hope so. In many of Knight's pieces, it makes sense to give it to Frisk as well. And in fact, the fact that Kara has such relatively simple and kind of less luscious hair is kind of fun, because it emphasizes that, Kara really is different from these other two, and is also, less, I don't know, less easygoing. I don't know. There's a certain like harshness to their hairstyle that I appreciate. And I also like how Kara is the one who's like grabbing the border and reaching out into the frame and just sort of disrupting things, because that's very Kara. And then, of course, one of the big contributions by Knight to this design that differentiates it from the original thumbnail is the soul, with the white soul upside down inside the red soul, which is great. That's fantastic. This is just an all-around straight-up improvement of the original thumbnail, and it's awesome. I love it. I love everything about this. This is one of your best pieces, Knight, in my opinion. Like, one of the best pieces you've made as fan art anyway. You might be making like the Mona Lisa with aside from like a non-Jaru art that's amazing as well, but as far as art made for this channel, this is incredible. I love everything about this. I love the personality, I love the art style, I love the details, and the fact that it's also like this kind of pixelated aesthetic to really sell that it makes it feel even more like this is a high resolution depiction of the sprites. Like, that's also fun. Yeah, I feel like I've said everything I can about this piece. It's amazing. 10 out of 10. I love it. And as always, if my tone doesn't reflect my if my tone doesn't reflect the emotions in myself, try to forgive me. I often record these videos late at night or early in the morning, or just at times when my voice is not exactly emotive. So just take my word for it that I really am super flattered, and I really am in love with this piece. This is great. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is another piece from Brendan, and this one is Des. This is her in the darker yet darker, and things have gone downhill. Double the darkness, double the boredom, double the fountain, double my insanity. Wow, that's intense. Double. I wonder what the emphasis is on double. Is it because the white save point is behind the pink save point? Like, this is a combo of Des and Chris in some way? I don't remember if there was any lore to this or not. Regardless, it's awesome. Des looks a tiny bit deranged. She looks like, double the insanity indeed. The prominent overbite with the, sharp teeth and the thin, like glaring eyes. And then like just the darkness of her fur and her antlers and even parts of her clothes. Like this looks very much like a dark, demonic, corrupted version of Des, which is a very unique and fun concept. I quite like it. Very cool. I like the way you chose to outline her in white. Again, I have to assume that you did this for a similar reason to why Knight did the white outlines, which is to, when you have black backgrounds, you have to have white outlines in order to clarify it. But I appreciate that it actually like fits with the visual theme here, where the save point has a white outline too. So there's a certain degree of visual style consistency, I guess. I digress. Very cool. Very fun piece. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is, another piece from Brendan, and this one is Spamton and Asriel fighting for control over Chris. On the left, you see like a sketchy, ghosty Spamton saying, "Let me drive." And on the right, you see a sketchy, ghosty, perhaps a little demonic-y Asriel saying, "No, let me drive." And then in the middle, you have Chris, who's also a pretty simple like outline design, but I appreciate the glowing like sparkles or highlights or just a visual effect you have going on them. I forget what that's called, lens flare maybe, just general glow. It's fun. And then, but really the showstopper, of course, is the soul, which is it's three souls. You have the white soul, and then inside that is the red soul, and then inside that is the black upside down soul, which is interesting. That's a very unique interpretation. Maybe the idea is that Asriel's soul is the black one, and it has become black as a consequence of his corruption, and it's inside the red soul because Chris absorbed Asriel, and then the red soul is in the right side up white soul because Chris was then absorbed by Spamton. Maybe. Or maybe he just thought it looked cool and was like, listen, there's three entities, there needs to be three colors, this looks cool, let's go with it. And you know what? That's absolutely true. It looks awesome. Very cool. Thank you very much for sharing, Brendan. Another one from Knight. This one is titled Chibi, but not really Chibi, Oberon Smog. Just a fun, relatively cute Oberon Smog design with comically huge hair that's also really pink and vibrant, which stands in very sharp contrast to the grays and blacks of Oberon's armor. I like the glowing white eyes. That's a fun detail. Very fun. A pretty simple, silly piece that's just meant to be, fun, chibi, but not really chibi Oberon. Very cool. Very nice. Thank you very much for sharing. On the flip side of chibi-ish Oberon, we have edgy Oberon. And I don't call it edgy because that's my opinion. I think that's just the title of the piece, is Edgy Oberon Smog. And there's Oberon holding the big old knife. Their eyes and face look a lot more terrifying now and a lot less cute. And to signify their descent into darkness, the background is black, and also their hair is no longer pink, but is instead blonde, which is, at the very least, less cheerful than pink. But yeah, very fun. This is a fun counterpoint to the chibi Oberon. Yeah, very cool, very scary. The glowing eyes are, again, just such a nice touch. Yeah, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, and here's a variant on that edgy Oberon Smog. This one without the eyes, which actually might make it... I don't know if it makes it scarier, but it does make it scary in a similar yet different way, which is absolutely fun. Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. Oh, now this is pretty sick. Here's another piece from Guy Wicken, and it's Oberon Smog, of course, but pure pixelated art style. And this is very cool. This has the hallmarks of a truly classic RPG adventure game, like one of those old ones from the 90s. This has just such a awesome old school callback aesthetic to it. I love the way that the Deltarune angel looks on Oberon's chest, the many shades of green that make up his armor, the golden yellow hair billowing in the breeze. That's awesome. Even the knife looks cool. And of course, in the background, we have the dark fountain blasting into the sky, surrounded by, whatever cavern or what have you makes up this area. Yeah, this is awesome. This is super cool. I love this. This is great. Pixel art styles, you really see the full gambit of pixel art styles in this showcase series. And I would definitely put this on one end of the extreme, where this is true, full blown 100% pixel art. This is not, I made a drawing and then I put it through a pixel filter. This is pixel art, and that's awesome. I love that. And then on the opposite end would be art that's not pixelated, and then in between would be several of the pieces we've seen today, which includes art that has a pixel outline or certain pixel styles or filters. And then this is, of course, fully built in pixels. So yeah, fantastic work. Oh, and I just realized that the black thing to the left and to the bottom right is Oberon's cape. I almost didn't catch that. Fantastic work, Guy. You are super talented. I don't know if I mentioned that. Yeah, fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing. Ooh, we've got another piece from Dr. Mangoes. This is a reference to the CRX album. And, of course, in the middle, we have Chris, looking dour and long-haired as always. And just, even though it's just Chris standing there in their regular clothes, the art style of Dr. Mangoes is so fantastic that it doesn't even matter. It's so good that I just, this is an art, this is a super high quality art piece, even when the subject matter is relatively simple. And I love that. The only design choice here that's even remotely unique is the hairstyle is slightly longer, and the shoes appear to be heeled in some amount. Other than that, this is a pretty standard Chris design, but the art style is so amazing that I don't mind. You could have Chris wearing even more boring clothes and I'd still love it. Yeah, just a fantastic art style. I love the explosive aura around them. And of course, you see the left, the heart times 2, referencing that Chris has 2 souls inside them. Yeah, fantastic work. You are also super talented, Dr. Mangoes. I hope you know that. You're ridiculously good at what you do. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh my god. So this is a piece from Eska's art, and it's it's dubious, question mark. It's a meme. It's a meme edit. So they took the the Megamind meme of him looking up at the camera, I won't reference the original meme because it's curse words, etc. But the one I remember from Elden Ring was maidenless, and that's what this is very much a a reference to, is that, but instead of Megamind, it's Ganondorf, and instead of saying, no maidens, it says dubious, and that is, I can't stand how incredibly well made the art is here. It's a giant four-headed Ganondorf Megamind saying dubious, and yet it looks so good. What the heck, Eskazard? You're not supposed to make such gorgeous art for such silly reasons. Oh my god. Yeah, this is fantastic. I really need to use this as a reaction image or something. I mentioned it on Twitter that it's important for my brand that I use this as a reaction image. Yeah, fantastic work. Eskazard is a long time supporter of the channel. They've made tons of gorgeous fan art almost every month since I started doing these showcases, and their contributions are always very much welcome. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have a piece from Alexander, and this one is also titled Dubious, and it has a Ganondorf saying dubious there, except we went with a very different art style, whereas Eskazart went for the Megamind huge forehead. Alexander went for big cheeks, big glasses, weirdly narrow skull. I look like a pinhead. Wow. But it's also weirdly endearing, even though we're looking straight up my nose. Everything about this is hilarious. The glasses, the cheeks, the narrow head, the upward pointing nostrils. Yeah, this is just phenomenal. And then the super dark hair that for the beard that looks so dark and that it almost matches, the neck coloration looks almost the same as the beard coloration, which is, if you're going for a neck beard aesthetic, then this certainly it's certainly the only thing you're really missing is the fedora, I suppose. This is hilarious. This is a fantastic piece. I love this. I love the weird, almost childish, big silly smile. And if you ignore the glasses and if you assume the nostril holes are the eyes, it looks like there's a weird little turnip hat man face. I don't know if you can see that, but it's hilarious. And yeah, this is just a fantastic little doodle. It's really funny. You're much like Eskazart, Alexander is very talented, and seeing them use their talents for an utter meme is quite amusing, and I support it fully. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is another piece from Brendan, and this is Chris trying to revive Azrael. Ooh. So in some sort of dark, mysterious location filled with fog, you see Chris standing over a ritual circle with piles of bloody dust and a knife, and is attempting to conjure some sort of power to resurrect Azrael, and you can see their red soul with the white soul inside it, Chris with their red eyes and yellow and green shirt. Yeah, this is very intense. Chris has really long arms, I notice, which is a funny detail. But otherwise, it's a very serious piece. I believe this is meant to be in reference to my pop-up video where I theorized that if Chris tried to summon demons, it would have been as part of their attempts to save Azrael, to revive Azrael. And this is if Chris has attempted to summon a demon, this is the goal of doing so. And I think that's what Brendan is referencing here. So, yeah. Fantastic piece. This is very unique. We don't get much in the way of ritual spell casting, demonic kind of vibes in the art for this series, so it's a very unique break from the norm, which I appreciate. Yeah, and of course it has all the hallmarks that make a great Brendan piece, just the generally high quality art style and coloration. Yeah, a lot of fun. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have another Dr. Mango's album cover, and this one's great. This is so intricate. This is Tough as Nails, No Doubt's Tragic Kingdom. So yeah, I'm not familiar with the artists in question, but I recognize the Undertale and slash Deltarune characters. So in the background, you can make out the triangles and the hearts. I think that's just meant to be general Dark World symbology, especially Chapter 1 symbology. This is further emphasized by the tree with the Dark World tree with the Pond Man and the Bloxer. I think that's what he's called. I always have trouble remembering his name. Equilibration, I think is what it says. Bought and sold out in the Dark World. That's hilarious. And of course, the showstopper. We have Undyne, actually, a fully armored Undyne, and wow, she looks awesome. I forgot how awesome Undyne looks, and I actually think she looks cooler with this slimmer design. Like the bulky armored Undyne that you see in the overworld of Undertale always looked a little silly, a little too bulky, whereas I think this slimmer design actually complements her a lot better. Very good. And it also doesn't sacrifice like realism for the sake of slimmerness. Like it doesn't have like boob plates or anything. It just looks like regular armor for a tall, thin person. So I appreciate that. The glowing eye, the underbite, the long flowing red hair. Man, did I mention Undyne's super cool? Have I mentioned that recently? Undyne's super cool. Yeah. She looks great. This is a fantastic rendition. We don't actually see Undyne art very often, unless you consider Oberon Smog art to be kind of a reference to Undyne in a way, although it's technically would be the other way around, but I digress. Yeah, no, this is a fantastic design. I love this. This is so cool. Like, just the idea of recreating album covers is such a neat concept, and using it with my theories and with Deltarune characters. Yeah, a lot of fun. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have, this is funny. This is another one from Diet, and it's Kara Chris, the Kara Chris fusion green screened meme. Lamau. This is in reference to the end of my, I believe it was my pop-up video, where I pointed out that, you know, some people will always assume that Kara is the one possessing Chris, and to emphasize that, I showed, like, a really terrible... Like, I mean, it wasn't... I don't know if I intended it to be terrible or if I was just too lazy to make it look good. But it was like a poorly edited Kara head on a Chris body. And it looked so terrible. It even looked like it had, like, green screen outlines. I mean, I don't think that was... I mean, it wasn't actually green screen. It was just a terrible edit. But... like, that's so funny to me. Like, the idea that the edit was so terrible that it's, like, equivalent to a poorly edited in green screen effect, that's just sort of hilarious to me. And, I mean, and if that doesn't represent the idea of Kara being this malevolent, invasive force in the Deltarune world, I don't know what will. Name the idea that it's so absurd. Like, I don't buy into the Kara theories that... Like, don't get me wrong, I think Kara exists in the Deltarune world. I just don't think they have anything to do with the Undertale Kara. I think the Kara in Deltarune is a very different character, one who I have a lot of thoughts on, but I digress. We'll make a theory about that person eventually. That's one of my bigger theories. It's yeah, I can't wait for that theory, because that's one of my more shocking narratives, I think, because it takes a character people are already very invested in and tells a very unexpected story with them. But I digress. This is a fantastic art piece, Knight, as always. Like, you took a crappy edit that I threw together and then made some absolutely lovely art out of it. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I love how with this design you have this, like, V mouth. I mean, it really helps make Kara look even more unnatural and janky than they already do. And I love how Chris's collar is just a little bit out of whack. The colors, the shading, everything about your art's always great, Knight. You're very talented. And the glowing eyes, and of course the background. Fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing. Here's another piece from Knight. And this is Chris after killing Azrael, Christmas style. Why the hell are we wearing Christmas hats? And it's the soul within a soul. Oh my god. This is so funny. This is a meme on the community, because not only is it a reference to the theory, but it's a reference to the fan art, and then it's a meme on the fan art where it's like, hey, remember all those pieces of Chris after killing Azrael? Well, here's that again, but Christmas themed. We get Santa hats, we get Christmas lights. Oh my god. This is so funny. This is hilarious. I love how the horns are sticking through the hat, or like part of the Christmas hat. Like, that's hilarious. And just the fact that the idea, I don't know which is funnier, the idea that Azrael was wearing a Christmas hat before he died and thus has one on his dust pile, or the idea that Azrael's dust just put on a Christmas hat, or the idea that Azrael was wearing Christmas lights before he died. There's so many possibilities, and all of them are hilarious. Fantastic work, Knight. Thank you so much, as always, for your contributions. Oh, here's a more serious idea of Chris, and just a very strict. This one, there's no gimmicks with this one. This is just a fun, well-made, really lovely looking. Have I mentioned how much I love the way you do hair? The hair on all your characters always looks amazing. Like, I think the two things that always stand out to me as, oh, this was made by Knight, is the gorgeous hair. Like, it just looks so luscious. It's like, maybe it's Maybelline. And the giant eyeballs. The giant eyes, the giant expressive eyes, and the luscious hairs. Like, those are and the exaggerated features, like the huge horns. Like, I think those are the three things that, like, whenever I see those, I'm like, that's a Knight piece. And yeah, I love it. This looks fantastic. I love that. Oh yeah, Chris is actually wearing Frisk colors here. I just noticed that. That's fun. Got the green cloak on, the devil horns, which look great, and the knife. Simple piece, but like all Knight's pieces, they always look. And they clearly tried to make this one like. There's no joke here. There's no meme. This is just meant to be a serious piece of fan art, and it works really well. The shaded face, the shading in general, the lighting, I should say. And the colors they pop as well. Just beautiful work, Knight. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have a piece from Lyra on Twitter, and this is titled Chris Lore. And here we can see, wow, okay, so this is a hand-drawn piece, and holy god, is this an amazing hand-drawn piece. Like, the colors, the way, the sketchy, style, it's like everything is multiple layers. It just looks so good. The colors really pop too, and the way you blend in like several different shades of green. Like, we've got green, dark greens, light greens, yellows, blues, all kind of blending together to give Chris's outfit like a degree of depth and almost like lighting and realism. And then you also even went the extra mile and have like these black shaded like outlines around them. I don't know what those are meant to represent, but they look great. And of course, we should probably just talk about what's happening in the scene, which is that it's Chris studying black magic or the occult, maybe even demon summoning, in an attempt to find a way to resurrect Azrael. And like, they have a couple bandages on their face, presumably from either presumably they just got hurt, either from their rough lifestyle, or because Susie beat them up, one or the other. And it looks like they might even be crying, which makes sense given that this line of inquiry ultimately failed in resurrecting Azrael. Oh, and just the art style, like the hair. I love that one side of the hair is longer than the others. That's fun. It gives a certain kind of stylishness to Chris, which I appreciate. Yeah, I love this. This is great. This is super impressive on top of just being really fun conceptually. Yeah, this is amazing. This is really impressive. You are incredibly talented, Lyra. I am very flattered for this contribution. I don't think you're a new artist. I'm beginning to lose track now. I swear to God, at this point, it's like, oh, you haven't submitted 20 art pieces? Then I don't remember you. And then, like, that's not very fair. But I just have such terrible memory. So I can't remember. Well, regardless of whether you're doing it or not, you're absolutely welcome. And I love this art. This is just fantastic. Gorgeous. Love it to death. Thank you so much for sharing. Ooh, next we have another Brendan piece, and this is Bone Man wearing a shadow crystal. Oh no, it's corrupted Bone Man! Oh my god. This is like having a joke character in a game and then having the dark version. Like, it's like having a Dan Hibiki and then having evil Dan Hibiki as an alternate character. It's like... Who was asking for that? I mean, I am super grateful to have it. Like, this is just such a hilarious concept. So we got this awesome looking shadow crystal, the Bone Man glowing skull looks epic. Like, the way there's no underjaw, like underbite, there's just the over, like, spiky upper jaw, really helps sell. And with the shadowy arm sticking out of it, that really gives this like a lich sort of aesthetic, like something powerful, undead, and inhumane, and the different colored eyes. Bone Man is such a goofy character normally, so like you've actually done a really impressive job of making him look terrifying with the sketchy art, like glow in the background. I'm not sure if that represents anything or it's just meant to look cool. Might be a dark fountain, not sure. And the way that, you know, it's almost as if the shadows themselves from the shadow crystal have corrupted Bone Man's ribbon arms and turned them into shadow ribbon arms. And yeah, this is just so cool. Wow. This is awesome, Brendan. I just love the idea of this. Just a corrupted version of such a character and then turning them into this horrifying visage. Like, that's epic. That's awesome. I love this. Thank you very much for sharing. Oh, here's another piece from Knight, and talk about a shift in style, because, like, you know, there's still the hallmarks of their style. You've got these, like, you know, big, like, kind of blocky, like, almost exaggerated proportions. Not proportions, but just sort of like the big poofy sleeves, big poofy shirt, simple hand depictions, exaggeratedly huge heart with the huge red heart and a huge upside down white heart inside it. That's all great. And of course, as always, the hair looks gorgeous. This is one of your more serious picks, Knight. Like normally you have a like kind of an edge of comedy to you, like with your pieces, but this is playing it serious, and I appreciate that. You actually make some really like gorgeous art whenever you decide to make it serious, you know. Like, normally you kind of go wacky because it's funny, and that's fine. Don't get me wrong, I adore the wacky, but I also appreciate how you can go for the dramatic, and it works so well, like in your art style. And as always, the hair looks just gorgeous. I love the hair. I love how long it is on Chris, and the shaded face. And let me just say, it is such a profound shift in art style when you take away the giant eyes. Like, when you don't have the giant eyes that you usually do on your characters, your art style goes from this character-filled, expressive, and almost comedic kind of tone to something so much more intense in an instant. And I kind of love that you can swap between those two, because, like, I love goofy, funny-looking Chris, like we saw just a few pictures back, but I also adore how serious and intense and kind of beautiful Chris looks in this depiction. Yeah, this is wonderful. I love this. The lighting, the shading, like everything about this, I don't know. It's just kind of hitting me a weirdly emotional kind of way. There's something about this I just really love. Yeah, you're super talented. You make gorgeous art. Uh, you spend so much time making sillier pieces, but when you really put your mind to it, you can make stuff that's just as gorgeous as the best pieces we see on the show. Yeah, you should be proud of that. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have a piece from, well, it's Des, and it's by someone called Nicholas or Nicole. Nicholas Vi is, I think, their full name. And it's Des. I think I guess this is an interpretation of Des that has her look a lot more like Noelle, or this is Noelle with a bunch of Des related memorabilia. I don't quite remember now. It's been a minute, but we've got a lot of details to unpack here. So already we've got Des or Noelle, one or the other. We've got 2 ribbons on the side of her hair, which looks nice. I love the little stars and the sparkles in her face, the freckles, her little braces. I don't know. Does Noelle have braces? If so, I never noticed. But that's like super in character for her. And yeah, she looks absolutely precious and adorable here. And this is also notice that there's no like harsh lines on any of this. So this is a very like colory, I don't know how to describe it. It's that Samurai Jack style where you don't have harsh black lines to any of the hair or any of the outlines. And it just all sort of blends together aesthetically, which is very fun. She has earphones in, red and green dominate her chest piece there. We have I believe that's the lesbian flag sticker on her shoulder there, and infinite rainbow symbol. I'm not entirely familiar with that symbol, but it probably is some pride symbol, like infinite love for everyone or something. Whatever it is, very lovely. And then she has a sticker on a vest like she's a Girl Scout or something, and it says Cookie Decorating Champion 21OX. Oh, that's such a fun. I like that. Referencing that my theory holds that this universe takes place in the 2100s rather than the 2000s. That's great. The pink heart. I don't know if that represents anything, but it's just a nice touch in general. Of course, we have the Christmas lights floating about. This is all the background with the Christmas lights, also with the pink. It's very reminiscent of her blog, so that's a fun aesthetic callback, if intentional. Then on the guitar case, she's carrying a guitar case, which is, of course, a reference to Des. And the Des, it's literally Des's guitar case, property of Des Holiday. And you see a Everyman sticker, a star sticker, Icy Pizza sticker, a red heart inside a blue heart. And that's kind of like, I'm pretty sure that's a Legend of Zelda reference, referencing that Noelle's a gamer. But it's also almost a theory reference, since we have the iconic imagery of a heart within a heart in my theories. So that it's probably just a Legend of Zelda reference, like intentionally, but it's also unintentionally almost a reference to my theories. And of course we have baseball, because as people have pointed out on Twitter, Noelle is almost like, I think she's a Jockington fan. Like, people talk about Jockington fans, and I think Noelle is the Jockington fan. Like, someone pointed out on Twitter that when you go to Jockington's room, if you choose not to look in, Chris has a line saying that this would be more something that Noelle is interested in rather than them. And Noelle also, like, this baseball is the symbol for Jockington on Noelle's blog, and she's super excited to see them join the blog. And she's also the only one in track with Jockington, and it might be implied that the locker with all the Jockington memorabilia on it might actually be Noelle's locker, which is hilarious. So yeah, that's an aspect of her character that not many people talk about. I don't think it's romantic. I mean, it might be. Honestly, who can say with with Noelle. She's got she's got a diverse interests, I guess you could say. She might be romantically interested in Jockington, I'm not sure. But at the very least, she is a big fan of Jockington, which is pretty hilarious. And yeah, that's all the details. And this is just a really awesome piece. There's so much little references and callbacks, and just it's just also just a fun art piece that she looks great. Yeah, this is beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have a piece from Arby, or aka the Arbiter of Lyell, on Twitter, and this is No Context Deltarune Theory. They actually made several pieces like this, but this was the only one that was a callback, a reference to my theory, and they were all just like goofy little sketches of various theories. And this is, of course, the Chris stabbing Azrael one. Chris stabs them. Ouch! And then Azrael has a goofy face as he disintegrates. And Chris, yeah. I mean, I love how just ridiculous Chris's hair is. That's hilarious. Yeah. Pretty simple, fun little sketch. Very goofy. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have another piece from, we have a couple pieces. Yeah. We have one, and then we have like a closer look at one of the assets here. And this is from Benight. And just, again, going with the serious pieces. Like, you just take away the eyes, and what could be silly is suddenly so serious. And this is a great piece. It's Chris. Their long hair covering their face, looking down, holding up their soul with a white soul inside it. Very dramatic pose. The lighting, very like dark and mysterious, like what's happening. And then you can see some of their search history. And this includes, on the right, you can see something they searched up, which was how to use magic. And in the pop-up window, you can see an image of the scene of humans sealing monsters underground in Undertale, which is a fun reference. And then on the left, you can see the pop-up ad of demon summoning, and quite hilariously, the demon in question is the janky edit of Kara on Chris's body that I made, which is like a tiny hint of comedy in this otherwise very serious and very cool piece. Yeah, fantastic. Chris always looks great in your art style, and like I said, I love how serious and dramatic you can make your pieces when you choose to have them go that route. Yeah, lovely. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, and then we get a close-up on specifically the demon summoning pop-up, just to give a full face full of meme. Hilarious. Thank you again. Next we have another piece from Guy Wicken, who, as we mentioned, is just in love with the Death Sprite. And this piece is titled "Jaru Gifts the Death Sprite," and it's my profile picture with giant greenish gray hands, releasing from the heavens the holy power of the Death Sprite. Two waiting hands. Oh my god, this is such a meme, but you also put way too much effort into it. So yeah, I had to show this off. It's hilarious, on top of being like having way too much effort and too much production value. This was hilarious. I laughed out loud when I saw this. This is great. Yeah, phenomenal. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is a piece from Brendan, and this is a combination of my Azrael getting stabbed by Chris theory with the Tales Gets Trolled series, which is an internet series that I'm not super familiar with, but I'm aware of its existence, and it's some relatively simple, sketchy art about Tales getting trolled, I guess. And this is a combination of that style with the Azrael theory, excuse me. And yeah, there's Azrael looking mighty concerned as a knife comes screeching towards them. Not much to say here. it almost looks like there's a cloth covering the left side of the screen, or maybe that's like a curtain or a dark fountain. I'm not sure. It's a little unclear. It might not mean anything, given this is kind of a meme image. But I appreciate the creativity. This is a unique angle to approach fan art from, and approach this scene from. Like, I haven't seen something quite like this before. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have another thumbnail fan art piece from Knight, and this is the Chris is Des, not a joke theory. So we have Chris playing the guitar, because I put a guitar over Chris in that thumbnail, and then over here, instead of having the boy and girl from Skies Forever Blue, we instead have Chris in their Killing Azrael outfit, and although with the frisk colored shirt, which is a nice touch, and then Des, who's just bloody humongous and looks super cute and has her, almost coral like horns and ribbons and dress and huge hair. She looks great. I always love Des. But what I really appreciate is not only is the Chris is Des not a joke in a different font, I'm pretty sure, than the original thumbnail, but even better, the faintly shaded background image is also a recreation of that scene from the Skies Forever Blue, made by Knight, and it's like replaced the girl with Des. So that's hilarious. Like, you went so deep on the details here. That's fantastic. Oh my gosh. And of course Chris looks great, like on the left here, like playing the guitar, their eyes hidden. Like, God, your art is too good. Far too good. I don't deserve all this art. Yeah, I don't deserve it. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, speaking of that background art, here it is. There's Des falling into the abyss, losing access to her save point, which is a recreation of the scene from Skies Forever Blue. Fantastic work. It blends together with the other piece perfectly, and I loved that detail, and it's well made here as well. And I think you might have even... Did you actually recreate the entire background? This isn't even copy-pasted from the video. You just recreated it. That must have been a hassle. Given the crazy, blocky, like, corrupting void below. Dang, that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Here's that piece I was talking about earlier. So this is the recreation of the top knot Oberon Smog design from earlier by Brendan, and this one has this much more intense like line art sketchy style, very reminiscent of anime or manga, and it just looks awesome. He looks so cool here with the intense shading and the intense like colors, and just everything about it is like just intense. And Oberon Smog in general is intense, so it's just up to the 11, with the intensity here. And the top knot looks even better here than it did in the other one, in my opinion. And it's just a cool idea to give to Oberon, that kind of art style, or hairstyle, excuse me. And art style, like this art style with the hairstyle with the Oberon, and the colors, the shading, the lighting, everything about it. It just looks really cool. I quite like it. I'm not sure if they're holding a shield here, or if that's their hammer. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, actually. Or maybe it's just their arm. Are they, like, choking the cameraman? Is that what's happening? That would be hilarious. But I digress. Yeah, this is a fantastic piece. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, here's a thumbnail from... This was a bit more memey, if it wasn't obvious, from Guy Wicked, who, in their never-ending love of the Des sprite, decided to make a Des is Gaster thumbnail. So, of course, we have the several Spamptons in their corner. We have the Soul Engine core. I think that's just the core from Undertale. I like how the Des has the sprite of Des stretched over the letters. And I like how the Des, the Is, and the Gaster are all three different fonts. Oh man, and I bet it must have been a real nuisance to make the Gaster letters look like that. That like I can tell you went through and like edited it like layer by layer by layer. So that's fun. But of course, the showstopper is the black and white, like a goner, Death Sprite on the right, but with the woke glowing yellow and pink Gaster eyes. Oh my god. You put more effort into memes than I put into like my entire life. So that's pretty funny. So that's pretty great. Yeah, this is a hilarious meme thumbnail. Thank you so much for sharing, guy. Oh, so Knight actually became a Patreon, or not Patreon, a patron on Patreon for me, and they got added to the credits at the end of my regular videos. I don't do the Patreon role on my fan art showcases because I want it to be about the artists, not and nothing else. So that's why I put the Patreon thank you on every other video. But except this one, except this series. But I guess they get to sneak in a little bit here because Knight made a fan art using the Patreon role, and it is them saying with their big-eyed, silly avatar pointing at it, being, "Hi, I exist," is the title of this. Oh my god, you're adorable. Thank you so much for the art and for the money, Knight. That's far too kind of you. You did not need to give me money. But it is very much appreciated regardless. And, you know, since we have the patrons on screen now, I might as well go ahead and say, especially since the artwork and the Patreon has now blended together for a moment, I will go ahead and shout out the patrons and say thank you all for contributing to the channel and helping keep it all afloat. You guys are the best, and it is, your kindness is, I can't really express how much it means to me and how much of a burden it takes off of me in my real life. So thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated. And of course, thank you to Knight for making this art piece. You are greatly appreciated as well. Next is another piece from Boglárka, and she is back with some, quote, random Jaru fan art. And on the left we have, well, I guess that's Hyper God of Death Azrael, with Flowey hanging out being evil as well. Or is this meant to be a reference to the... Because I remember there was some headcanon AU stuff that someone had where one of the endings, like maybe... I don't know if it was the weird route or the regular route, has Azrael become so corrupted that they take over Ralsei's body and ascend to Hyper God of Death mode. So maybe that's what's happening here. Let's look at the right. Maybe that'll give us some answers. DELTARUNE. May I offer you an egg in this trying time? How dare you steal my meme? It's Gaster. Oh, and some people think Papyrus is the one giving us the eggs, so that's hilarious. Oh, okay, yeah. And in the bottom left there, or not bottom left, the bottom right, you can see it says Weird Route Azrael. Okay, so yeah, this is the Weird Route Azrael. This is the corrupted product of Azrael coming to life. That's interesting. So it's almost... So I guess the Flowey creature isn't meant to be like a separate entity. It's just like an extension of Azrael's will. It's just like a creature. Or maybe he created that version of Flowey. I'm not sure. I don't know the deep lore on Boglárka's universe. But yeah, no, it's great. Looks awesome. I don't know if I already said it, but like oh, and this is hand drawn. You're nuts. You're ridiculous. Like this looks so incredible. Like it's so, yeah. Looks awesome. Like just everything on the left looks awesome, and everything on the right's hilarious. Oh, and then we got a little more comic, and it's it's Susie and Chris, and she says, "So, it was all a lie? You were just Azrael this whole time?" "Exactly. Then I only have one question. Do you like moss?" "I love it!" And then the soul is like, has the anime-esque, like, seriously expression on their face. So that's hilarious. Yeah, this is amazing. You're way too talented, Boglárka. Yeah, fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing. Y'all make sure to support her on if you want to see more art, because everything she makes is gorgeous. So thank you so much for sharing. Very epic and terrifying Azrael design, I must say. So much detail too. Like just Flowey's face alone looks incredible. Not to mention like the heart and the vines everywhere. Like, yeah, this is very cool. Oh, and this is a corrected text version of the previous one. I don't know what they changed. I think they only changed the bit where it says some people think Papyrus is the one giving us the eggs, because it looked a little scuffed in the original. Maybe that's what this is. Yeah, I think that's all that changed. But yeah, great work as always. Next, oh my god, she's so precious. This is the Des Sprite 2.0 by Knight, and this is yeah, this is incredible. So this is they made a Des Sprite in the past, but this was their second attempt at it to make it a little bit more proportionately accurate. Although, rest assured, I don't know if I included it in this. Yeah, I don't think I included it, but Knight also included, I don't know Knight's gender, actually. Let me check. Knight goes by any pronouns according to their Twitter profile. All right. But yeah, Knight, they actually made a previous, or they made an edit to show that this version of Des is still like twice as tall as Noelle. So she's still a giantess. So that's good. That's great. But, oh God, she looks just absolutely precious. I love the long hair. I love the cute little face. I love the pink dress. She looks beautiful. Like, this is phenomenal. This is just amazing work, Knight. And the pixel art, yeah, it's not, it's really not fair that all these artists out here can just be like, yeah, I can do any kind of art style at any point, and just be like, yo, here's the sprite art, yo, here's hand drawn, yo, here's something else entirely. It's like, bro, stop it. You're not allowed to be this creative and cool. It's not fair to the rest of us. But no, this is awesome. This is just perfect. I love everything about this. This is another heart warmer. I just love this from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have a really complicated piece. So I'll describe the full title because it's a very long title. I had to make the title for this so long just to make sure I kept it in my brain what this was about. So this is by Brendan, and it is Birdley and his dad Gaster watching Chiron create a dark fountain in the underwater lab beneath the town. So, wow. Very complicated. Very complicated. So you see Onion-san in the bottom left here looking shocked. You can see a cat petter's thing of some variety. I'm not sure what that is. You see fish swimming about. You see pipes and steel walls. Okay, I'm beginning to piece it together. So this is Onion's in the water, and he's looking at a facility at the bottom of the ocean, or not the ocean, of the lake. And wait, is Onion-san drinking like some sort of cat petter's flavored soda? Is that what's happening there? That's hilarious if true. And then the facility has like the Deltarune symbol on it, and you can see some spikes. And I'm thinking that Birdley, Gaster, and Chiron are in some sort of glass tunnel that Onion-san's able to see into. and that's what's happening. It's a very complex composition with a lot of crazy colors and complex characters and ideas being represented. So it's a little difficult to grasp, but it's impressive nonetheless. And so on the right, you can see the dark fountain being generated, the smoke rising up, Shiren smiling, looking down at it. There's a knife clearly plunged into the ground. Lots of bubbles and shading and just lots of crazy textures everywhere, which is incredible. And then on the left, in the same tunnel, you can see a short birdly, like kind of hiding around the corner watching, as well as a taller black feathered gaster watching as well. And then above that even, you can see a camera watching, which is interesting. Oh, and Gaster has like a champagne or a wine glass in his hand, so that's interesting. Yeah, wow, what an insane art piece, I must say. Like, this is incredible. Like, there's just so much going on and such a complex like collage of characters and locations and colors and textures and concepts. It's just very impressive. Very cool. A little disorientating, but still very cool nonetheless. Yeah, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is a piece from Night, and this is called Ralsei is Flowey and Flowey is Ralsei. And to represent this, we have Flowey sitting here with Ralsei's hat on, looking a little sad because Flowey's always a little sad. Poor Flowey. Honestly, I like Flowey more as a character than I do Asriel, which is funny. Because a lot of people... some people think that Asriel and Flowey are the same character, and I don't really agree with that interpretation. I think that Flowey is very much meant to be a different entity to the original Asriel of the Undertale universe. He has Asriel's memories, don't get me wrong, but that's not the same thing as being Asriel. Flowey is a flower. And while he was brought to life with Asriel's dust and essence, Asriel's soul went away. Like, Flowey doesn't have Asriel's soul, and Asriel's soul is Asriel, you know? Not the dust. So even if the dust brought Flowey to life and granted Flowey Asriel's memories, Flowey is still a flower and as his origin, and so he's more like a clone or a copy of Asriel than he is Asriel himself, and I think that's an important distinction within the context of like Kingdom Hearts. Flowey would be more like a nobody to Asriel than being Asriel himself. In a way, you could argue that, like, almost, not quite, but you could almost imagine Flowey as being the nobody and Ralsei being the heartless, almost. It almost works. Especially since Ralsei has a black hole in the center of his chest, which is very reminiscent of Heartless. So the idea of Flowey being the nobody to Ralsei's Heartless is a fun idea. The sheer amount of Kingdom Hearts connections you can draw upon to Deltarune is kind of hilarious. But I digress. I love Flowey. Flowey's great. It's a shame that he probably won't be making any appearances in Undertale or in Deltarune, because he's just not part of this universe. But yeah, I love him. He's a fascinating character. Probably the best character in Undertale, to be honest. Yeah, I don't even think it's really a contest. But I digress. Phenomenal art piece, Night. Just the fact that it got me nostalgic about Flowey. I mean, I guess that says a lot, doesn't it? Fantastic. It's just, it kind of, if that doesn't capture the essence of Flowey perfectly, like wearing the hat of a person who isn't even him with a sad face, it's like, damn, that's like symbolic of his whole life, stuck in a role that doesn't fit him. Yep. Phenomenal. Yep, this is fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing, Night. I love Flowey. Ooh, next we have a Chris sprite from Knight. And yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a Chris sprite, but very much done in the style of Knight's work. So you have the frisk colored shirt, the green cape, the knife. The knife is very reminiscent of how they depict the knife at the end of chapter 1, with the big exaggerated red horns. And of course, it wouldn't be a Knight sprite without the giant eye. Yeah, this is fun. This is a fun idea. I like the idea of artists trying to recreate their styles in pixel art, because that's just a cool concept, isn't it? Like it's I don't know, it's a cool blending of styles and themes, and just not just styles, just blending, recreating your original art style in a different medium almost. I don't know, there's just something fun about that. And I quite like it. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Thank you so much for sharing, Knight. Oh, speaking of changing up your art style, here's another piece from Knight. This is just Ralsei, but in this, like, purely made out of, like, a chalk sort of brush. Wow. This is gorgeous. This is phenomenal. Like, talk about stepping outside your comfort zone to try something cool and unique. So, of course, this is like chapter 1 Ralsei with the hat still on and black fur and kind of white glowing eyes and, you know, the pink scarf there and still wearing the hat. But also it's, you know, it ties into my theories because it has the little yellow flowers on the rim hinting at the connection between Ralsei and Flowey, or the narrative connection anyway, if not literal connection. Wow, this is just so well made. This is just so cool. Again, Knight, it's just really impressive how, like, so the majority of your pieces are just like funny little, oop, here's a funny little, you know, scene of Chris, you know, doing something. And then you'll be like, all right, time to make something crazy. Time to do something totally different. It's like Monty Python. And now for something completely different. And, yeah. Gorgeous. This is incredibly well made. I love everything about this. Thank you so much for sharing. So next we have a bit of a silly meme. This is from Awesome Mutation on Reddit, titled Amazing Fan Art. And in this, you see a video back in November, and in it the text quotes me saying, "I don't care if it's a doodle or like a hyper realistic rendition of anime Oberon's Bog." And that was me saying how I love all fan art regardless of style or experience or anything. Like it's all meaningful to me. But freaking Awesome Mutation here was like, "Are you sure about that?" But freaking John Cena over here. And so they're like, "Here, proudly drawn with MS Paint while remotely accessing my computer with Chrome Remote Desktop from school." Wow. Like, that's the equivalent of someone being like, "Yeah, I drew this with my feet blindfolded while asleep." And and you know what? It's still better than anything I could draw. And of course, it is Chris after killing Azrael, because it is tradition to make fan art of that scene. And it is exactly what it sounds like. It's a silly, hilarious, janky MS Paint doodle of Chris after killing Azrael. And with the dust and the blood and the knife and everything. "Oh no," says Chris. Yeah, this is funny. This is I had to share this. This was just too funny. I loved it. Great meme, great work. Like, if you could do this while proudly drawing with MS Paint remotely from school, then you could probably actually make some pretty good art if you really wanted to. I don't know if that's your inclination, but I just thought I'd throw it out there. Thank you very much for sharing. Next, we have another meme thumbnail from Guy Wicked, and it's titled "The Missing Link We All Missed." And you see Spamton G Spamton in the back, and then Spamton G Spamton holding Spamton B Spamton, is that what he's called? I forgot now. On the floor, and they're ridiculously stretched out, which is hilarious. And then, of course, we have the female Peepus on the right. I don't have much to say about this, and I don't appreciate you bringing back memories of the bloody freaking Spamton sweepstakes cursed nightmare fuel that was that. Like, I've been trying to suppress this memory. Okay, Guy, I'd appreciate if you let it stay buried. I jest. This is very funny, and it's well made. You put too much effort into your memes, as always, and it looks great. It's a very funny gag. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing. Ooh, okay. Next, we have a collection. Okay, so this is someone on Reddit called Thigh Kappa, or Thy Kappa, perhaps. And it's AU art inspired by Jaru theories. So basically, they have an AU that they've called Darker Yet, with an upside down white soul in the E. That's a nice touch. And they made a bunch of art for it, and it's inspired by my theories. It's not necessarily based out of them or as anything, or let me rephrase. It's not harshly limited to the rules of my theories. It's just inspired by it. And they had a whole bunch of art that they submitted as part of this. So we're going to go a little quickly through this because there's a lot. And it's technically like kind of adjacent to my theories, but it's still super well made and really cool, and I want to show it regardless. Top left, we got a baby Chris looking cute. I think from what I understand is that this is it's 5 years earlier. A fan prequel to Deltarune. Okay. Azrael will die. December will be lost. Prequel trio. Stager. Who is clearly I can only assume that's Gaster or Gaster connected in some way. In the bottom left, you can see Ralsei, who has not yet been created. And so these three, Stager, Azrael, and December, are the trio of this prequel story. And then they're the OC character that they've created. 3 brand new chapters with new and old faces. And you see, based on XXXXXS Blaster and the bottom of the Mystery Man sprite. Oh, okay. Oh, the Stager, maybe Gaster. That's what the XXX stand for. And the sprite is based off of, and it's a cat creature. I might need to do this again. It's prequeling time. Half based on Jaru's theories with a little funny face. That's nice. Name isn't... Oh, I see. Stager is an anagram of Gaster. That's fun. And he has a similar role to Ralsei in that he might be connected to Gaster, but he isn't necessarily Gaster, or we don't know yet. And there's epic Newbert lore with a cool backstory. Okay, so already this is great. This is hilarious. I love the art of I don't know if that's a Titan or the Deltarune symbol in a dark fountain in the bottom left. It's like a recreation of the title screen, but with these OC characters, or these this AU characters. And then in the top right, you see the Darker Yet Deltarune symbol, and it is the Deltarune symbol, but the wings are more prominent, so that's a fun distinction. But we've got more. The next page, we have, this is just the title art is Darker Yet. It is just pretty simple, just the art of the title of the AU, but that's fun. That's very cool. I like it. I like the upside down heart. Then we have the aforementioned Newbert backstory and a showcase of the idea of what the AU combat might have looked like with Deaths, Azrael, and Stager. And they have little pink save points next to their names, so that's a fun distinction. And it's Newbert saying PogChamp because he's a memer, and then the text says, "Holy, is that Newbert?" Incredible Newbert lore. And then the next one, "You want another story, do you not? Well, that can be arranged." Very spooky. It's the oh man, imagine if we got to the end of Deltarune and then Toby like pulled like a classic Mario where it's like, hey, want to go on a second adventure, and you just play through the game again, but it's like 5 or 10 years earlier, and you just go on a totally new adventure with new characters. Bro, that would be best game of the century, like best game of all time. That would be so hype. I'd love that. I digress. But yeah, I love this. This is very cool. Like, because this is basically concept art. Like, this is like a pitch meeting for a fan game, is what this really is. And yeah, it's selling me on the idea at the very least. And then we get to another piece, and this is Azrael, Des, and Stager. Just kind of sketchy versions in the dark. Stager has pink and yellow eyes, kind of a cat demon creature stitched together a bit. Oh, I think I remember them mentioning that Stager is a younger Sham, actually. I think that's what they said. I might be misremembering. But if so, that's a fun idea. And I love how it's like goofy Des looks here. She looks adorable. And here's Azrael and Des talking. "It seems our adventures are getting darker yet." Shut up, Azzy. Is that it? Is that all? Oh, and that's all. Okay. Wow. What a fun collection of ideas and art pieces and concepts. That's fantastic. I love it. I wish nothing but the best of luck to you in the pursuit of your AU. I'm super flattered that you thought my theories were interesting, were engaging enough to be worth your time to try and build your own AU out of. That's super cool. I love that. That means a lot. Like, regardless of whether this AU goes anywhere, even if you never make another piece for it, just the fact that you even had the idea and made this art is super flattering to me. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is another piece from Night, and this one is of Ghost Azrael. And wow, yeah, very a bit on the gruesome side. We see Azrael on the left looking perturbed, I'd say, would be a correct term. Their soul chained to Chris's soul, and then of course you see their body over there, which perhaps this is like the ghostly visage that Chris sees when like maybe Chris can see a ghostly version of Azrael with them sometimes, or something like that, or maybe that's in their mind. Interesting. Horrifying more than anything. I like his shoes. Those are fun. Those are stylish. But yeah, great work as always, Knight. You always make great art. I don't know what I'm saying. This is the final recording session, by the way. So this is a different day than everything that came before the rest of the stuff. So if my voice sounds different, that's why. But yeah, very good. I like it. Cool concept. Thank you very much for sharing. Next is another one from Night, and this says Chris and Ghost Azrael. And you can see Chris looking in the mirror, but they also see Azrael there, the ghost of Azrael. It haunts them always, which is very tragic. Very, man, this is intense. I've mentioned in some of the previous ones that when you choose not to have the eyes, it makes them look so much more intense. Like Chris looks really oof in this scene, which is appropriate. It adds seriousness to it all. It adds weight. And I like the idea of having the ghost only be visible in the mirror. Like that's a fun idea. That's just a cool ghostly concept. And I think there's a second picture. Oh yeah, and then the second one is it's the text that you get whenever you look at the mirror, and it's only you. Ooh, what a great idea! The idea that I love that. That's so dramatic. Oh, imagine if later on or on the second playthrough, you click on the mirror and it says it's only us. And it's like, ooh. That would be fun. Yeah. This is incredible. This is fantastic. Just really great idea in general. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have another piece from Alexander, and this is titled "Little Lamb" or Lil Lamb, like just Lil Lamb. And I believe this is Azrael, and there's like a spear chain thing that's stabbing through something. I think the idea is that, it's his heart. I mean, maybe this is similar conceptually to what Knight did, where this is like a ghostly Azrael, and like without his soul or something. Hence the gaping wound in his chest. Or maybe this is Rousey under attack from the Knight. I'm not sure. I don't quite recall the context now. I don't know if there was context. And then there's like a circle up above. I don't know if that's like a sun bleeding or something. I don't know. But of course, it's very well made, very expressive, very grim. The chains, the bleeding, the stabbing. I mean, it's all just pretty intense. But yeah, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing, Alexander. I've already explained in depth why you are very talented, and this showcases it even more. Next is another piece from Brendan, and it's a it's a fan art in the style of my thumbnails, but it's actually about it's a theory of his, and it's the inclination is to read it as Delta Roaring Warriors Knights, but the idea is on the left you have the Delta Warriors and on the right you have the Roaring Knights, which is working off the idea that there might be multiple Roaring Knights to combat the multiple Delta Warriors, and that's certainly a possibility. Obviously that doesn't fit into my theories. Although a lot of people to this day comment that on my Roaring Knight video, being like, what if there's multiple knights? Did you consider that, Mr. YouTuber? Mr. Jaru? And it's like, yes, I've considered it. I don't agree. I think it would be less interesting. But that's just my opinion, of course. And everyone, and I could be wrong, of course. Everything I say could be wrong. And this could absolutely be the case. And I'm sure if Toby Fox did it, it would be awesome. So, yeah, very cool. Like, this is just, like everything Brendan does, the colors, like, even when trying to replicate my relatively simplistic thumbnails, he couldn't help but make some elements of it, like, really crazy looking. Like, the Versus logo in the middle, it just... just like the S has like these flames inside it, or like just an aesthetic similar to flames rising, whereas the V looks more clear and light because that's the Delta Warriors. Fantastic. You are a fan. Yeah, you make shoot, I can't speak. Very good work, Brendan. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, okay. Next, we have a bunch of pieces from Taro Lero, that might be how you pronounce their name, on Reddit. And they contributed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 pieces of fan art for us to look at real quick. And they're pretty comedic in nature. So the first one, and it's all hand-drawn for starters. Let me point that out. So that's very impressive. You'll probably remember Taro Lero because they made I think they made the Sans lengthy comic strip, as well as probably one other that I'm not remembering in this instance. But they're definitely a returning artist for sure, and it's great to have him back. On this first one, we have adorable Ralsei just being like, "Let's be friends," and then the Ruden's like, "No," and God, it is overpowered how sickly sweet, adorable Ralsei looks like in that sprite. Like, I don't know if anything makes me as suspicious of Ralsei as that sprite. Because it's so over the top cutesy. But, maybe Ralsei's just a cutie pie. That's also true. I mean, I do believe he has more to him than meets the eye, but I think he could still be a cute, kind-hearted creature underneath it all. Then on the next one, this is Ralsei's reaction to being told no by the Ruden. Just the giant sad face, which is hilarious. This is like a Ralsei version of that meme image of the crying person, of the sad, big-eyed sad person. So that's hilarious. And this is ridiculously well made, actually, by the way. Like, the reflections in the eyes, like, just there's too much effort it's insane how much effort people put into memes. It's over the top. And then on the third picture, oh no, Ralsei got over his sorrow and it turned to rage. His glasses got all foggy and he pulled out his machine gun and I started blasting. That's hilarious, which is of course a reference to the meme, but also to the pop-up video. All of these are references to the pop-up video, by the way. So those first 3 were just building up to the reference of Ralsei clicking on a gun ad. Next, now we're over to Susie, and it's her trying to click on a steak ad, but it's just a PNG, so she can't actually click on it. It's not an ad, which is great. I love this pose, this like perspective on Susie. It's hard to do perspective shots sometimes, especially since you don't normally look at Susie's back super often, but you made it look cool. Like I love how like she has this like Jotaro Kujo-esque trench coat. She definitely has that kind of Jotaro vibe, the delinquent school student archetype to her. So that's fun, and I love the colors on this as well. Her hair looks great. Then the next one, this is, I guess, her reaction to realizing that it's a PNG, and it's a version of the sprite that we see in the Light World whenever she whips around at Noelle looking for her tail, which is hilarious. And what's funny is, if I recall correctly, Toby actually made a Dark World version of that sprite, but it just never gets used. So this is, I don't know if Taro Lero knew that, but if so, it's a cool reference. I understood that reference. Next, we have, oh, Noelle looks so cute. She looks adorable. Man, have I mentioned Taro Lero that I don't know how long it's been since you did the previous fan art, but I think your style has evolved and improved a lot over that time. Like, there's marked improvements here. Like, Noelle looks fantastic. I just wanted to point that out. Just the lighting, the shading, the detail work, everything about it. She looks great. But look, back on topic, this is in reference to the ad that she clicked on, being one for the How to Draw Dragons book. And on the cover there, you could see what is effectively a dragon Susie in very thin clothes, because that's what the character on the cover looks like. In this case, it kind of reminds me of that one Melina skin from Mortal Kombat 9. But I don't know if that was what you were that was what you were referencing or not, but that's what it reminds me of. Fantastic piece. This might be my favorite. She just looks so adorable. And then we get to Chris, and this is them standing on the throne of the gods, their eye glowing, a jello knife in hand, and they're speaking demon language. And the language they're speaking is actually the Terolero took it from this, which I don't think they made. I think this is some other person's creation. But when translated, I think what Chris is saying is, moss tastes great. That's hilarious. I love that. Although, funny enough, I think you actually misspelled the second word. You'll know that the word tastes is Tastes. And that's 6 letters, and there's only 5 letters up there. So I think it actually says tasts, like without the E. So that's funny. People misspell even when using demon language. But no big deal. Still a great piece, and I love that Chris... This is in reference to the summoning demon ad that Chris clicked on, and the joke being that they used it to attempt to summon a moss demon, perhaps, or they failed to summon a demon and then just used it as their new language to say moss tastes good, which is hilarious. And I do believe that's it for the for the pieces from Terolero. Thank you so much for contributing. These are all a lot of fun, and the fact that they're all hand drawn and they're all so well made and have so much effort and heart put into them just makes it that much better. You are super talented, and I'm very grateful for your contributions. Thank you so much. From Fint, or at Animated Finn on Twitter, and this is Azrael and December in the Roaring. So in the background, distantly, you can see the Titans towering over the landscape. You can see the Earth shattering. This is all more or less pulled from the different images, the flash forward, flashback, whatever images that Ralsei shows us during the roaring monologue that he gives. But then the new additions down at the bottom, on the left you have Azrael with his pink horns and greenish cloak. It's a little hard to make out the details. I can zoom in one moment. There we go. Yeah, it's Azrael with like some sort of like crazy green wings or something like that. Potentially referencing his the wings he has in his super form in his god form in Undertale. And on the left you can see, and on the right, they both have these heart swords, which look awesome. Those are crazy designs. I like those. Those look rad. And they're like the Deltarune symbol, but integrated into a sword. That's sick as all get out. Awesome. And on the right, we see Des with her droopy, sad ears. You can see that. You can see the white save points that she uses around her. Maybe she's getting ready to load her save and go back and try to undo all this. And she's wearing a black cloak of some kind, fairly simple. And she has her own discarded sword. Wow, that's cool. That's awesome. Very fun. And I'm fairly sure you're a new artist, Fint. So yeah, thank you very much for sharing. Welcome aboard. I look forward to, if you choose to make more art, I look forward to seeing it. And if not, I'm very grateful for this one. Thank you very much. Next, we have a video from Night, and this is them celebrating their 100th Jaru fan art, and I'm just gonna let it play and let you see it for yourself. Wow. How awesome is that? Oh my gosh, Knight, you're incredible. And you reference so many different things in here. It's amazing. Not only did you make an animation, not only did you make a bunch of custom sprites, but it's all in celebration of your 100th fan art. Like, Jesus, like, I think if anyone has the right to call themselves that my number one fan, it's probably you. I mean, don't let it go to your head. Just gonna cut that off ahead of time. Parasocial relationships are very unhealthy, and I don't want to encourage those in anyone in my community. YouTubers, you can make friends with YouTubers, but just be careful. Don't assume you have a relationship with someone just because you're a big fan of theirs. I'm only saying all that because I know a lot of my audience is young, including Knight, and I don't want to give the wrong impression. But with that disclaimer out of the way, this is awesome. You are incredibly talented, Knight. I love all the sprites here. We've actually seen most of, well, at least a few of these already. You shared them. We get the Chris stab, like getting ready or immediately before or after stabbing Azrael sprite. And then, of course, the stabbed Azrael, who looks a little terrifying. They look like Kara almost. I guess that's because it's Ghost Azrael, huh? Well, that's a terrifying thought. Ooh, yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I love it. I dislike it because it's terrifying, but I love it because it's terrifying. That's great. And then we have Dragon Susie flying about. Ralsei looking into his shadow crystal, seeing the future, and he's covered in golden flowers because he's like a Flowey. Then we get Oberon Smog with the massive pink-haired, glowing eyes, looking awesome. And we get we get Bone Man with his glowing green skin and giant ribbon arms. And we get Des in the staticky, darker yet darker, as well as a sprite of Unico Knight. Someday I'll learn. But just Knight. It's a sprite of Knight. It's their avatar, and they look great. And yeah, that's incredible. Thank you so much for the support, for the incredible contributions of fan art. It really does mean the world, and it's been a very gratifying and encouraging part of my time in the community. And yeah, you have personally contributed far more than I ever expected, and that's incredibly kind of you. Big thanks to you and to all the artists who've contributed tons of artwork. It's incredible, and if you'd asked me if I'd be in a place like this even a year ago, I would have laughed in your face. I remember when I was still, the first fan I ever got was one that was just making fun of my videos, and while I was grateful for it, the idea of getting a ton of art from people who just sincerely like my theories and want to take them seriously is just so wholesome and very kind, and I'm just greatly appreciative of it. So thank you so much, Knight. You are incredible. Next, we have another piece from Boglárka, and this is the final fight on the normal route. That's what's being depicted here. And on the left, we have Ralsei channeling the power of being a special super darkener, part darkener, part lightener, and the powers that grants him. On the right, we see Susie with her awakened dragon powers going all out. And then I think those are dark fountains in the distance as well in the background. And then the front, we have Chris Azrael as... actually, I think it's just meant to be Azrael having taken over Chris's body. And Chris in failing to find a way to save Azrael, I think the lore of this was that Chris decided to give Azrael their body as a replacement and basically say, I can't bring you back, but I can at least give you my body, which is what a great way to end Chris's story if that was how it ended up. Like, that's beautiful and tragic and horrible in all the right ways, and I love that. And you can tell that that's the part of this that's the most like glitchy and crazy looking, with the air around Chris, or Asriel I should say, glitching out, and they're holding a bronze sword, which I don't know if that's because that's unique. That's a unique design, or not design, a color. So it's not Chris's normal sword. So maybe that's Asriel's weapon. Very cool, because we do know Asriel likes swords from Undertale, so that makes sense. Yeah, and of course the glowing, awesome white soul right there in the center. Fantastic work. I love this. This is awesome. This whole piece is super cool. Yeah, radical. You are super talented, Boglárka. Thank you so much for contributing. Yeah, this is great. Thank you very much again. Next is a piece from Hungry on Twitter, and it's Chris with the Shadow Mantle and Twisted Sword. And Chris is as uncomfortable as hell, holding the Shadow Mantle on their shoulder, which is like this dark power, but also tattered with holes. So that's interesting. And then on the right, we have the Twisted Sword, which is a sword that would look evil even without the reddish, veiny green vines of death curling around it. Wow, that looks awesome. And then like the hilt, or like the base of it, like the pommel is multicolored. I wonder if that's in reference to the shadow crystals, or maybe to souls, or to the triangles on the Deltarune symbol. Not sure. Either way, very cool twisted sword design. And I like how Chris is just like, this is a bad idea. They're like, maybe I shouldn't use this. So that's hilarious. I love that. But yeah, very fun. I don't know if you've contributed fan art before, Hungry. I don't recognize. No. I think you have. I want to say you have. I don't remember now, but regardless, I'm very appreciative. This is very well made, very creative too. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we're getting to the Pagliarini grams. I'm just going to call you Paulo. Which is, this piece is Oberon Smog without his armor on. It's just him hanging out at his house, cooking a meal, just chilling, living that good life. And he's got long hair, and the details around the face are a little hard to make out. It's a little vague. Maybe you're not supposed to be able to make it out. But I love how huge his core body is. He's just this massive turtle, just huge shell, and then like Minecraft arms. Oh man, I love it. That's hilarious. I think we have a few more from Paulo. I don't know if they're up next. They're not immediately up next, but I think we'll get back to Paulo. Regardless, thank you very much for sharing. Next is a piece from MC. MC is the name they've gone with in Spanish on Twitter, and this is titled Bro Moment. And the text in the back says, it's your fault endlessly. And then, of course, the main focus here is Chris with the ghostly, angry apparition of Asriel floating around them. We had a lot of ghost Asriels in this last chunk. Not that I'm complaining, that's great. And then we see Chris's face, and wow, and they're like looking down at the soul in their hands, which you can barely make out. It's very faint, but you can barely make out the upside down white soul in there as well. That's very good attention to detail. The lighting, the colors, and I love the way the minimalistic face that you've gone with for Chris here, where their eye is just a single dot, and then like this vague, like this like stylized half circle to give a little bit of expression with the mouth line there. Like, that's so subtle, and yet it adds so much. And of course, I love how long their hair is. They look absolutely great, lovely. Like, Chris always, like, I love the way people draw Chris, because they're so like ambiguous as a character in terms of identity. You can interpret them 1,000 different ways, and they're all amazing. Everything from the most Giga Chad to the most like just straight up beautiful, like everything in between. And I love it all. It's just, Chris is such a fun character. And yeah, this is no exception. I love everything about this. This is an incredible piece. Oh, and you can make out it's like static in the background behind the letters. Oh, and then like the ghostly like traces floating off of Ghost Azrael. Man, this is so well made. You're a super talented MC. Thank you so much for contributing. This is awesome. Oh, I knew we'd be back to Paulo before long. And they actually made, yes, 4 pieces depicting Noelle and Des. But not just any Noelle or any Des. We have possessed versions of these characters. So with Noelle on the left, oh my god, she looks hilarious. With the blank eyes and the big silly face and then the giant chunky tiger arms. There's something kind of hilarious about that. Oh my god, but look at the horns. They're made out of Deltarunes. That might be the coolest thing I've seen ever. Like, that's so smart. That's so cool. That's like an Elden Ring like detail. Like, that's awesome. This is incredible. Oh, sorry, I got caught up in that detail. That's so smart and cool. But yeah, so this is Noelle possessed by the angel. Yes, I love when cute characters have monster giant hands. It doesn't happen if you choose the weird route. Okay, so this is what happens in the normal route. Really interesting. That's an interesting AU. And yeah, she looks crazy and awesome. I love everything about Noelle there. And then on the right, we have possessed by one of the Titans. So one is the angel and one is the Titans, and which makes sense because I've mentioned offhandedly in I think it was in the Delta cast that the angels are kind of like, the angel is like the heavenly figure, whereas the Titans are more akin to giant demons, and so they're kind of the heaven and hell equivalent. In this setting. So having the 2 sisters be possessed by different opposing forces is very awesome, almost supernatural, like the show-esque. And so on the right, we have Des. Okay, let's talk about Des. She's possessed by one Titan, Dark Fountain / Curse Cannon-like Mega Man hands. Oh, that's what's happening there. Okay. Wants to send both worlds to the darker yet darker. Oof, that's rough. And so yeah, okay, here's Des, and oh my god, that design is insane. So the horns are from the Titan. You have the eye, the bleeding eye on the front of her pink dress. Love that you kept the pink dress. And then the arms extend up into these like very almost praying mantis shape before turning into these giant dark fountain curse cannons that are blasting beams of darkness. But obviously, the detail that's most incredible is that her entire head has been replaced by the glowing pink star of the Titans mixing together with her save point, in fact, and you could just vaguely make out her, like, the remnants of her hair behind that, and that's so brilliant. I was talking about how that Noelle's horns reminded me of Elden Ring, and Des's having this head like this also reminds me of Elden Ring. And I'm not saying like, oh, this is. I know artists hate it when you're like, oh my gosh, this looks like X character. But I'm not saying this looks like any character in specific. I'm just saying stylistically, it reminds me of a game whose art style I greatly enjoy. And because of there's a certain fundamental grandiosity to it, and that's what I get from this. And Des kind of reminds me of specifically the Lord of Chaos from that game, whose head is just a ball of fire. So this is a very similar idea where it's like, that's how far gone she is. She's not even, like, her head's completely gone. She's just the Titan now. And, like, that's awesome. And this is all hand-drawn. Jesus Christ, you're unstoppable. But wait, this is just the first picture. We have 3 more. So, next one. Oh, this is a tall one. Up above, we have On that day, forever was banished the night. And there's Noelle floating above with her giant monster arms, looking great. And then below we have, and then in the beginning was nothing but night, and it's just Des going hard with her giant crazy looking form. Oh man, if the eye on the front of her chest isn't just like a symbol and is actually alive and moving, that would be even better. Like, God, that would be incredible. Oh my God. I mean, this is a tragedy for both characters, but it would be the coolest freaking tragedy. I love this. This is incredible. Next piece. Oh my God. Hear my will. I wipe the board clean for the light. Fear my will. I harvest the seeds of the night. Oh my God. This is incredible. And yeah, it's just more art. Oh man. And like, I love how Des is like flying in like a rocket with giant star laser hands getting ready to wreak havoc, while Noelle, sorry, with the pale white eyes are so perfect. Like, God, this is so cool. This is some of the most creative and awesome and just intriguing character designs I've ever seen. And I love how it blends together theories and canon characters and ideas. This is incredible. But wait, we're still not done. Fourth one. On the left, we have the pink save titan. Silence grows, expanding the spaces between. Oh my God, I messed that up. Silence grows, expanding the spaces between. Your war machines all mean nothing to me. That's awesome. And I think they actually, I'm forgetting now, but I think they mentioned that these were like lyrics from something. I don't remember what they said the lyrics were from. But they work great here regardless. And then on the right, we see Noelle, her eye now glowing blue with like terrifying power, that never disappearing smile with the Deltarune glow behind her. Just, wow. Oh, it's in her hair. That's what it is. Oh my God. And that's it for all these. And I'm so sad to run out because this was the best. This was incredible. You are so talented. What the heck? Oh, I'm just like collapsed here in real life. Like, I am. You just breezed in, blew my mind, and breezed out. Like, what did I do to earn this, to deserve this? And I mean that in the most, like, I didn't deserve to get such incredible art. This is incredible. I love it. Thank you so much. You are super talented, and we are all super blessed to have had the opportunity to see your work. So thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have another piece from Alexander, and funny enough, as I was recording, I had to pause just this moment because I noticed that I'd accidentally labeled this piece as also being from Paulo, because I still has name typed in from when I put down the pieces we just covered, but I'm just so familiar with Alexander's work at this point that I instantly went, well, that's not Paulo, that's Alexander. That's clearly Alexander. But yeah, this is Oberon Smog, inspired by an art piece made by someone called Alexandre Cabanel, and that person made a piece called The Fallen Angel. I might show it on screen, I might not. Definitely look it up if you feel like it. But Oberon Smog inspired by that piece. And it's very... Actually, I think I will go ahead and look it up, just so that way I can understand the context. Okay, so it is... it's like an ancient... Or not ancient. It's like a Renaissance-style painting of like of Lucifer, I think. But it is of him naked, so I'm probably not going to show it on screen. So, but I definitely recommend checking it out because it's gorgeous art, and it adds a lot of context to this shot and this piece. So yeah, we see it's another. Not only, I'll admit, I did struggle a little bit to figure out what I was looking at originally, because it's another one of those shots that Alexander likes to do, where he like makes it super dramatic and like wide, like crazy angles and lenses. Where it's like I explained with the other piece. I don't have the words to explain it again, but that combined with this particular aesthetic. Like the head of Oberon, like the hair is classic Oberon. You can see the arm leading up to the knife, again, all classic Oberon. And then in the middle we have the face. But it took me a long while to realize that I was looking at two eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but just depicted as circles. And then on his forehead, there's like a crown or an eye or something else entirely. But the point is that this is a very different Oberon smog design, and as a result it kind of threw me off. But once I got over that, it looks awesome. I love everything about this. This looks incredible. You are ridiculously talented, and you're so what's it called? I don't know. It's like you're so cultured to be drawing inspiration from like Renaissance paintings and being like, yes, I think I'll draw a Jaru fan art based on a Da Vinci this today. It's like there's just something so. I mean, it's hilarious, but it's also incredible. Like, I'm super flattered, and the fact that you can even remotely do it justice is also super flattering. Yeah, or super impressive. Not flattering, just super impressive. But yeah, incredible piece. Oberon looks awesome. I love the hair, as always. Long hair is peak. It is. I am a long hair supremacist. But yeah, no, this is incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, next we have a couple pieces from another returning artist. This is from Drink Water on Twitter, and is that really their name? Or at Just D Gamer? I hope that's your actual name and I didn't screw that up somehow. But the like the Twitter handle is probably correct. But yeah, this is a returning artist for sure, and I know because they made a hammer of Oberon in a previous piece, and specifically, well, we'll get to that in a moment. But this is the hairband that that Chris has, and it's in this first shot, it's just the hairband sitting in the dark, or sitting not in the dark, but on its own, just in the green void. Not much to say yet, but it is. I will just point out that it looks great. Like, even though it's relatively simple, it just has a certain aesthetic and lighting. The lighting and shading in general is already showing a degree of craftsmanship that I appreciate. Then we get to the second piece. And in this one, it is now covered in dust. Now, as we'll see in the third image, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. With this, and it's covered in dust because it's theorized that these horns might have contributed to the creation of Ralsei, and it's covered in the dust of Azrael. So that makes perfect sense. However, there's a bit of a funny story here. So as we get to the third image, dark in nature, but covered by light. And now you can see on the left the original image that they contributed to the fan art showcase, which was the hammer that created Oberon Smog. However, just like the horns in that original fan art, they had the first version, which was just the hammer, and then the second version with that dust on it. However, at the time, I did not realize it was dust and mistakenly called it like just lighting. Like, it was just them trying to add some like lighting, like reflections to the metal. So I misunderstood. The idea is that these are the light world objects that would go on to create the special darkeners, being the hammer that would come to life and become Oberon Smog, and the hairband that would come to life and become Ralsei. Wow. I like how you created a whole extra fan art just to correct my mistake. I know that wasn't your actual intent. You just made fan art because you're awesome and you wanted to make fan art. and contribute. And it looks awesome. I love it. It's super fun and super cool. And I just, yeah, and like I said, you make even though these are relatively simple pieces, the quality on display demonstrates a great deal of skill, and it is. And yeah, I just hope you know that. I hope you know how talented you are, and I'm very grateful to have your contributions. Thank you so much for sharing. Next, we have another piece from Knight. And this one is Chris with the Shadow Mantle and Twisted Sword, because I think Knight mentioned that they realized they hadn't actually made fan art of these yet. So on the right, you see Chris looking robed and mysterious, just full body shot, looking great. On the right, we get a closer look, and we see that there's one of the shadow crystals is actually being used as a what are those called? I always forget. It's the pendant, but it's used as a clasp to use to hold a cloak on. So that's great. We get some sticky notes. Knight got tired of me misunderstanding people's fan art. I'm joking. No. So based on a shadow crystal. Oh my god. So the idea of the Twisted Sword being someone walked in the room to give me food right at that moment, and so I muted my audio to talk to them, which was pointless. I shouldn't have done that because it resulted in me going on to continue to praise this art piece for like a whole minute before realizing it wasn't recording. So we're going to start over. Let's try that again. So the sword. It's based on a shadow crystal. So it's the idea that the Twisted Sword itself is like transparent, dark crystal, which is awesome. That's super creative. And then in the bottom left there, you can see the sticky note says, it's called Twisted since shadow crystals tend to make people go insane. And it points to a definition saying how twisted can mean of a personality or a way of thinking being unpleasantly or unhealthily abnormal or warped. So this is so smart and is just, it's a brilliant idea because it makes perfect sense. In the dark world, emotions and concepts and abstract things are given physical form. So why would something be literally, like if something's a twisted sword, it wouldn't be just, twisted physically, it would be twisted concept. And I don't know. I mean, that's not necessarily canon. That's not necessarily what it will look like, but I do love the logic that on display here. Like, that's brilliant. And then it helps that the sword itself looks awesome. I love that. But wait, one more sticky note. Can block of Undyne's arrow attacks from Undertale. Since Toyo asked the police to come over at the end of Chapter 2, I believe she will discover her magic at the Dark World. Okay. So is the idea that we will fight and kill Undyne on the weird route, and that's how we'll get that's part of how we'll get the Twisted Sword? Is that the idea you're suggesting? Because if so, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty awesome. I love everything about that. And this is I love Chris's hair. I praise the hair in every one of your pieces, but just the way it kind of glows and reflects light and is sticking out from the hood. Everything about this is great. I love this. You're super talented, Knight. And we actually get a variant on this piece in a minute, but we have a couple other pieces to look at first. So awesome work, Knight. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, you're super talented. Next, we have another piece from Hungry, and this is Oberon Smog, the Roaring Knight. And wow, what a crazy design. This is, I haven't seen a shakeup in Oberon Smog's design quite this extreme in a minute. That's pretty rad. So we still have a couple of the iconic bits, like the pink hair, the huge metal overbite, the Deltarune symbol on the front, and, wearing armor. But we've also got these black spikes, a couple white spikes, and a lot of red integrated into it with red horns on top. And then, of course, the most amusing detail is that there's moss covering it all. which is, and it actually makes his hair look kind of polka dotted, almost like Diavolo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is awesome. I love that. And I don't know if that was an intentional reference, but the idea of this Oberon Smog being basically the devil is a fascinating concept, as that's what Diavolo means. And yeah, this is an epic design. Very cool. I love it. And some of the text, the Roaring Knight, moss on armor, and he can manipulate the shape of his weapon. So it can be a hammer, or a chain whip, or a knife for creating dark fountains, or stabbing people. Oh, and the cape on his back has the Deltarune symbol, and the armor of it on his back continues like the turtle motif and looks like really plated and stuff. That's awesome. Oh, and then we have Chris. Red eye glinting. Moss? In the... on the violent route, or the weird route, you just eat Oberon Smog because he's covered in moss. Incredible. I love that idea. This is awesome. But wait, I think there's actually more. Oh, and this is the Light World version. And this is... So the idea is that since Oberon's like Ralsei, he can actually enter the Light World. But since he's in the Light World, he loses a lot of his powers and abilities, and becomes a little simpler. In this version, he has actual armor to make things easier, since this form's physicality is complicated, and he has a regular knife lamau, because he can't use his powers. Without the helmet, he looks like a sleep paralysis demon in the shape of Gerson, whereas in the Dark World, he has, this awesome Gerson face reveal, which is rad. Oh, and I love the pink goatee. That's nice. And yeah, I love this conceptually. Just the idea that in the Dark World, Oberon is this powerful, like he wields the powers of the dark, like just as a cloak of just incredible power. Like he's super powerful, not as a literal cloak, but he just wields the world's power to the fullest potential. But in the Light World, he's more limited, but he still can move around and do stuff by putting his essence into like a suit of armor that moves around, and that's just awesome. That's a phenomenal concept. Oh, and we've got one more piece in this series, and it's a dark fountain with Gerson's hammer covered in dust, and in the text reads, due to Lightners possessing determinations, the Lightner's dust on the hammer manifests as a dark fountain-like layer after its exposure to the dark world, allowing it access to the light world. So that's awesome. I love that you're giving some some logic, some internal logic to this. So the idea as to why Gerson and Ralsei can traverse the light world is that the dust, after being exposed to the dark world, is transformed. The dust has gained new properties that has absorbed from the dark world, and now it basically manifests a weaker version of the dark fountain's effect, allowing a weakened darkener like Oberon to enter the light world in a weakened state, but still they're able to enter it. And that is brilliant. I love that idea. That might actually just straight up be canon. That might actually be what I think is how it works. I did not, until now, I hadn't even figured that out. I hadn't even gone that deep. But I love this theory. This is brilliant. This could absolutely be how it works. And yeah, that's super clever. That's it in this series, but huge shout out to Hungry or @EnjoyerOfSharks on Twitter. And I love the theory, I love the design, I love the concepts. Everything about this was awesome, and I'm super grateful for it. You're a real one. Thank you so much for sharing. And next we get that light version of so this is Chris that I mentioned earlier. So this is Chris with the Sky Mantle and Purified Twisted Sword. This is fun. So it's if a Shadow Crystal can be purified and the Twisted Sword is made from a Shadow Crystal, then maybe the Twisted Sword can also be purified. So that's a fun concept. I don't know. Wait, is the Twisted Sword made from a Shadow Crystal? No, wait, the Twisted Sword is made from a purified crystal. I don't remember now. It's been a minute since I made that theory. Regardless, the concept is clear. It's a purified version of the bad weapon. And it looks awesome. Instead of a shadow crystal, it's a purified crystal. And it's light, and Chris is wearing that white the white version of the Shadow Mantle, and instead of a dark crystal, you can see like an almost, I assume it's still a crystal, but it's a purified crystal, but it almost looks like a pearl instead. I love it. This is awesome. I love this Knight. This is one of my favorite pieces you've done, and I think part of it, the reason is that like the pale blue pearl with like the pale blue white cloak really suits Chris well. Like Chris would look awesome as a white mage. Like even in like the white mage outfit from Final Fantasy, like there's just something so wholesome about the idea of Chris being this kind, supportive role in to their team. And I don't know, there's something really appealing to me about that. And this kind of tickles that appeal in a way. It taps on that part of Chris's character that I love. And again, this is just another demonstration of how Chris is so awesome, because they can fit into almost any imagining of their character, and it always sounds cool. And it's like we mentioned before that they can be everything from Giga Chad to beautiful, but they can also be anything from red-eyed edgelord, I'm gonna kill the gods, like all the way down to cutie pie white mage, like who just wants to help and have friends and be nice. And like the fact that there's so much range with this character, like even though there's nothing official, like even though Chris is relatively simple officially because we only have 2 chapters, like they spark the imagination, and I love that. That's kind of perfect. In fact, them being non-binary, if that ends up being officially confirmed at any point, and I understand subtext, and there's definitely the subtext, but officially confirmed would be nice. That would actually make perfect sense. Like I feel like that would fit super well with the idea of Chris fitting all these different roles simultaneously. Is them not even fitting perfectly, or like them being able to fit any gender role would also be that would just be perfect. I don't know. That's just a fun idea. I love Chris. I love Deltarune. And I love all you guys. You guys are great for just being cool people. And being so nice and making such great art. Yeah. Thank you so much, Knight, and to all of you, of course. I'm having a good day. Now, oh wait, Hungry had one more Oberon Smog piece, and it's clearly a meme edit of someone holding something with the text kill, but instead of whoever it is, Hungry has put Oberon Smog over top of it. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Phenomenal work, Hungry. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing. Then Knight made a what a meme image. Instead of Chris is Des, not a joke, and with Chris holding a guitar with the Skies Forever Blue in the background, instead it's Chris is Desk, a joke, with Chris holding a desk and a bunch of desks in the background. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like it ascends past laughter. I'm not laughing because I can't, like, this is too good for my laughter. It is too funny and too clever and too stupid and too amazing. And it's art. That's what this is. This is art. This belongs in a museum. Oh my god, I can't believe how incredible this is. Thank you so much, Knight, for your incredible comedy. Oh my god. Right when I think I've gotten used to Knight's art characters just being so adorable, you hit me with a Des. Like, it's not fair. My heart can't take it. Des here, holding her safe, giant eyes, pink dress, Knight's art style. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. She's precious. I adore it. I'm super flattered that you made art of my stupid theories, and I can't really express how much it warms my heart to see this. Like, it just, yeah, it hits so hard, and it makes me happy. Thank you so much, Knight. Oh, and here's a piece, another one from Boglárka, and this is Chris staring in horror at the closet and remembering Azriel and Des. So this is at the start of chapter 1 when Chris and Susie are approaching the closet, and Chris is staring in horror at the black void, and you can kind of like make it out behind them. So it's like they're staring at it, but we're also able to see it, and what they're remembering are the various items and left behind pieces of stuff that are associated with Azriel and Des. So like you can make out the red hairband, the green robe, like I think some backpacks of some kind, a guitar case. Some of them I can't quite make out, but you get the idea. And then there's Chris themselves, and wow, you went for something different. The crazy hair blowing in the wind, I like that. Seeing ears on Deltarune characters, what? Human ears? I haven't seen that in a while. So that's fun. The red outline kind of adding this like emphasis, this like, whoa, intensity, like as if something about the intense dark world was bleeding over onto Chris and the light world. But obviously the craziest detail is the purple eyes and mouth. Wow. Yeah. Oh my god. And if you zoom in on Chris's eyes, you can make out the doors to the closet reflected in their sight. Wow, what incredible attention to detail. Man. Now, I'm not sold on purple iris, or is that, it's not iris, that's the sclera, I think. Purple sclera Chris, or purple mouth. That's a little confusing. It's like they just drink grape juice. But I mean, I respect the creativity. It's a different take. And, I think Boglárka actually said they weren't entirely satisfied with this piece on Twitter. And I kind of get where you're coming from, but I also kind of respect, like, it doesn't have to always, be perfect. Sometimes doing something that isn't living up to your expectations, but is trying something new is better than just doing something that you know will be good. I know that sounds kind of strange, but it's like experimenting and trying things new, even if it doesn't always pan out, that has a certain value to it, a certain beauty to it, and I appreciate that. The fact that it's fan art of my stuff obviously makes me a little biased, but, on general principle, I think that the sentiment is just true, that, experimentation, trying new things, even if it doesn't work out, there's worth in the trying, and I appreciate this. And of course, even ones you don't like are still made by you, and you're still a master of art, and I love everything you make. So this is still an amazing art piece. Yeah, I even though you said you weren't a huge fan of it, I like whenever I look at an art piece, I still look at it like it's the first one I've ever gotten. And the idea of someone, like, if this was the first art piece I'd ever gotten, I would have, like, been crying. Or maybe not outright crying, but, I would have been, that's the emotion I would have been feeling. I would have been, like, so honored. And, yeah, you're awesome, and you're super talented, and I'm rambling. So, yeah, thank you very much, Boglárka. Next, and the final piece of this video is a meme image from Guy Wiccan. What a way to end it. And it's a thumbnail. You can see the mystery in the background. And instead of Des is Chris, not a joke, it's just Des is a joke, with her having the giant crying meme eyes. There's a desk in the corner referencing Knight's meme. Below you can see Lancer cream, like some sort of product, and then a Spampton who's squashed. And then, of course, on the left, we have the sketch art Spampton poggers. Wow. This is disgusting. This is... Oh my god. This is so degenerate. I love it. This is fantastic. Guy Wicked makes the best memes, and this is no exception. I think they even mentioned that the quality of their memes is decreasing over time as they get more absurd, and I both agree and disagree. I think this is degenerate in the most majestic way. And that will be it. Thank you for contributing, as always, Guy. And I think that will be it for today. We do have actually a few more pieces, but like the next one's one from Brendan, I think. But they specifically said this one is not allowed to go in the January one. You're already behind schedule to get this thing out. Go finish it. You can put this one in the next month's one. Those were not his exact words, but that was the essence of what he was saying. And so I'm going to go ahead and cut it off here. There's only like what? 4 more after this, but I'll save those for next month, especially since this video is already going to be obscenely long. So yeah, that's it for today's video. Wow. Thank you all so much for your contributions. You are majestic. You're all super talented, and I am super grateful for it. I don't know why this video is so long. Maybe it's because I ended up rambling too much, or maybe it was because I got so behind schedule that I wasn't able to edit it to a more neat way. But whatever the case, I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys enjoyed seeing all this awesome art. And I'm super grateful to everyone in the community for your contributions. And yeah, that's about it. I guess I'll see you guys in the next video. Like if you enjoyed the video, comment if you got something to say, subscribe if you want to see more, and as always, have a fantastic day.